the idea was conceptualized by one person, but supported, planned, and executed by an amazing team put up together. As all our club meetings, we have some ground rules that follows here too. Please, panelists and co-hosts, keep your videos off until you are asked to. And the others, you cannot on your video, so it's okay. Please take regular breaks. Keep drinking lots of water, keep moving around. And if there's a fire alarm in your building, please run. Like, what drives District 105? The district mission is: we build new clubs and support all clubs in achieving excellence. And that holds true. Today's event is a proof of that. And all the fun things in life are always banned. So remember the taboo topics: sex, religion, politics. Please refrain from talking about them. That's all I have to say. But who's the next person coming on the screen? He's a person, he's a leader who gives credit to his team. He is someone who doesn't shy away from talking even grassroots level members. And he's also the same person who wakes us up on a Friday morning at unearthly hours. Jordan and Lebanon, I feel you. It's 7:30 over there. So please keep your eyes open for our beloved DTM Robin Anand.
Thank you, Toastmaster Vibha, for that tea-shattering opening. A very, very good morning to all of you, and a very special good morning to all the debate lovers over there. I love you, and I'm sure today the contestants love to be debaters. And today we are extremely, extremely proud to have 50 of our best debaters being showcased. So enjoy their skills and enjoy their insights. Now let me also welcome all the members of our district. A very warm welcome to you, the area leaders, the division leaders, all the district leaders, welcome. I would also like to welcome all the guests from outside our district, the special dignitaries, the region advisors, past, present, and incoming region advisors, international directors, if there are any in the house, past district directors, incoming district directors, and all the other leaders. A warm welcome to all of you. Now, I truly believe debate is a very, very special skill to have, and especially as a Toastmaster. And why do I say that? Because I think all the skills that we acquire in Toastmasters is put to the test when we are a debater. We are forced to listen, think, critically think. We are supposed to analyze, and of course, a special skill of rebutting on the spot. We don't have the cross questioning here, but I'm sure as a debater, we've all done that before. So I think it's a great skill to have. In fact, in younger days, I always used to think, what if, all the questions that I have in mind were put to the test by the best brains, and the pros and cons were discussed, and somebody as smart as a Toastmaster summarized it for me. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Yes, absolutely. I think all the leaders of the world would love that. In fact, today, the leaders of the world are grappling with some very, very tough situations. And I think they would love to have a proper debate and find answers. Now, for example, lockdown is the safest way to combat the pandemic. It's a question which is a burning question for all international leaders. Now, let's come to Toastmasters. What are some of the questions that bothers us? Now, as a district, I said we love debates. And I think district doesn't offer too many platforms for the members and leaders to debate. That's why we have more debates in the council and ExCom meetings. So I'm doing a favor to the next incoming district team, believe me, because we are having all the best debaters debate here and not in the council and ExCom. So some of their fire will be extinguished. Now let's talk about home. Don't we debate at home? Now one question I'm sure which would be there in minds of many people. Man is the best dishwasher, period. Is there any discussion? Work from home or work at home, which is more painful? Now, these are some of the questions I'm sure all are grappling with. Now, let's come to some Toastmaster related questions. Renewing multiple club membership during lockdown is wise. I'm sure all the area and division directors must be thinking about this. Taking up area division leadership during volatile job market is wise. Absolutely wise. Yes, debatable, but my answer is absolutely wise. Now, some international Toastmaster questions which are debatable. Toastmaster International should conduct annual debate contests. It's a question I think all of us would love to hear from Toastmasters International, because I think debate is a wonderful skill, and all you debate lovers, we will surely take it up to them. Another one, Toastmasters International should allow virtual clubs to be part of districts. Believe me, all these questions are being raised and people are debating on that. So we are not doing something which others are not doing. We're just showcasing it in a different manner. To all the guests here, we have tried to make the debate a little bit more audience friendly and zip zap zoom kind, where all of you can get results quickly. It's like a T20 instead of a test cricket. Of course, we all love test cricket and who are cricket lovers, but I think T20 and the IPL leagues are some things which attract the audience and from all categories. And that's exactly what we want today. We want Toastmasters in our district to build this debate culture, because like when I was younger, I'm sure you have a lot of burning questions which you would want some of these debaters to debate for you. And now today is just an interesting thing I want to ask all of you. During the break, you can all send me your questions which you would like to be debated, and the top 5, during my last address, I will showcase the top 5 questions which I found the most interesting. Now, finally, let me take this opportunity to wish all the debaters all the best. Do your best and remember this quote. This is my favorite quote. Don't raise your voice, improve your arguments. Easier said than done, but that's what you are going to be scored for today. So do your best. And today, to kickstart the session, we have an extremely passionate and dynamic Toastmaster. He is an MBA from INSET University. He is presently a general manager in Tata Communications here in Oman. And he is also been a finalist in 4 consecutive District Toastmaster annual conferences in our district. And he is also a TEDx speaker. So please welcome the Master of Ceremonies to kickstart our debate session, distinguished Toastmaster Bipin Kuryakos.
Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Robin. It is a rare privilege to be introduced by the district director himself. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Toastmasters and friends. Welcome to the DAD 2020, District Annual Debate 2020, the DAD of all contests. I am honored and excited to be your host today, and I take this opportunity to welcome you all on behalf of the entire District 20 debate organizing team. I remember the first time I participated in a debate. After I heard the first speaker from the opposing team, I was totally convinced that their side was right. So when it was my turn, I started speaking. I would have spoken for about 30 seconds and I noticed the opposing team members applauding. By the time I finished, I left no doubt and no further convincing was needed that the opposing side was right. That's when my teammate showed me a quote from Aristotle, which said, "It's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it." Now that day, it was established that not only was I a bad debater, but I also needed further education to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. Ladies and gentlemen, our debaters today are of a different breed. You will be seeing prolific public speakers displaying their wit, wisdom, and presence of mind. Yeah, the same nice, gentle, harmless people whom you meet in your clubs and other places, who always motivated and inspired you. Yeah, those same people will be seen hooking, jabbing, and punching verbally. They strongly believe that there are two sides to every argument, their side and the wrong side. There will not be any raising of voices, as distinguished Toastmaster Robin mentioned, but surely there will be raising of thoughts and arguments. Although debates have been variously described as battle, fight, bloodbath, and so on, please be assured that nothing of that sort will happen today, because all the debaters have signed an agreement of non-violence. I would like to describe today's debate contest as a celebration of perspectives, celebration of diversities, celebration of opposing viewpoints, celebration of tolerance, acceptance, logic, passion, and persuasion. There is one more perspective to what a debate is. It is also a celebration of teamwork. The collective might of the team is far greater than the individual merit of one member, and you will see that happen today. Are you all ready for the celebrations? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the celebration of perspectives to begin with the first item on our agenda, which is the eliminator round. This will be moderated by a multifaceted personality whose sharp mind is well accentuated by her mastery of the finer arts. I first met her as a competitor in the finals of last year's DTAC evaluation contest. While mine was a very forgettable performance, her evaluation has remained unforgettable. She was also the runner-up at the interdivision debates in 2018. She's an oil painting enthusiast and a PhD from Kerala University. As the moderator of the first debate, let us welcome, with a smile, the current Area 27 Director, distinguished Toastmaster, Dr. Nisha Varghese.
DTM Bipin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes. I wish you were my brother. The good things that you spoke about me just now, had my own brother heard it, he would have had some rebuttal points, or I would say wisecracks. So thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Bipin Kuriakose. Good morning, everyone, to the qualifier round of the District Annual Debate Contest 2019-20, the winner of which would proceed to be the 12th entry into the quarterfinals round. Debates are the harbingers of peace, I've always felt. I like the way people respectably argue, or I mean, debate. So let us go through the main rules of the debate. This will be applicable to the ensuing debates of the day as well. There are two teams for each debate, as you know. The affirmative team speaking for the motion and the negative team speaking against the motion. The team speaking for and against the motion have been determined on the basis of lots after the topics were presented in the presence of all the division directors and district officers on Monday, the 8th of June, 2020. The speaking order for the debate is as follows. First, the opening speaker from the for team, then the opening speaker from the team speaking against the motion, then the rebuttal speaker from the team speaking against the motion, and the rebuttal speaker from the team speaking for the motion. Then the closing speaker from the team speaking against the motion, and the closing speaker from the team speaking for the motion. The timings will be as follows. The opening and rebuttal speakers will be given 3 minutes each to get their points across, and the timer will show green at 2 minutes 30 seconds and red at the end of the 3rd minute. There will be a grace of 10 seconds, after which the speaker will be muted. The concluding speaker will get 2 minutes to summarize the points of his or her team, and the timer will go green at 1 minute 30 seconds and red at 2 minutes, and there will be a 10-second grace, after which the speaker will be muted. We have a principal timer and a backup timer, and their cameras will be switched on throughout the contest, and their screen names, no surprises there, will be timer 1 and timer 2. After every contestant has finished speaking, there will be a 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots, and the audience will be given something interesting to quietly ponder upon during this period. At the end of the debate, there will be a 2-minute duration of silence for the judges to collate and submit their ballot to the ballot in charge. We are indeed honored to have our District 105 Program Quality Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Nelson Meneses, as the Chief Judge for this fascinating qualifier round. Now I would like to introduce the team and the topic for the session. This is the qualifier round to find the 12th entry into the quarterfinals. This is between the teams of Division F and J. The affirmative team speaking for the motion is Division J. The opening speaker is Toastmaster Dinesh Padmanabhan. Toastmaster Dinesh Padmanabhan. The rebuttal speaker is Toastmaster Sucheta Sucharita. Sucheta Sucharita. The closing speaker is Toastmaster Murtaza Unchawala. Murtaza Unchawala. And the backup speaker, in case of a technical glitch, would be Toastmaster Jigar Patel. Toastmaster Jigar Patel. The negative team speaking against the motion is from Division F. The opening speaker is Toastmaster Anaka Menon. Toastmaster Anaka Menon. The rebuttal speaker is Toastmaster Mandeep Singh. Toastmaster Mandeep Singh. The closing speaker is Toastmaster Priya Nambiar. Toastmaster Priya Nambiar. And the backup speaker, in case of a technical glitch, in case any of them would have a technical glitch, the backup speaker would be Toastmaster Chandra Prakash. Toastmaster Chandra Prakash. The topic of the debate is homeschooling is better than traditional schooling. Homeschooling is better than traditional schooling. We will do a quick pre-contest readiness check. Zoom Master, can I see you with a thumbs up? Are you ready? Let me put you
Ready.
on gallery view. So yes, thank you. The timers, are you ready? Please indicate with a thumbs up. I cannot see you. You may please voice yourself. Yes, I can see the timer.
Ready.
Yes, thank you. Contestants, are you ready? Audience,
Yes.
I know that you are revving to start. Chief Judge, can we have the permission to start the contest?
Yes, Nisha. Please proceed.
I would now invite each contestant one by one. Each person would be asked whether that person is ready, and that person can indicate by saying yes so that we can ensure that the person is being heard. I would like to call the opening speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Dinesh Padmanabhan.
Yes.
Thank you. You're ready, I assume. Over to you, Toastmaster Dinesh Padmanabhan.
Good morning, Contest Chair, our worthy opponents, and fellow Toastmasters. We stand today here to speak for the motion which states homeschooling is better than traditional schooling. A homeschool is defined as a practice where parents teach their children an academic curriculum at home instead of sending them out to a public or private school. Let me present some data to validate our motion. 1. In USA, where homeschooling is an established method, an article was published by National Home Education Research Institute as recently as March 23, 2020. It stated that homeschool children perform 15 to 30% above public or private school students on standardized tests. Number 2, closer to home, an article published in Khaleej Times on 23rd October 2017 stated, homeschooling is catching up in UAE. It helps parents save not only 50 to 75% of the costs associated with traditional schooling, like expensive learning resources, school uniform, and transport expenses, among others, but also helps them to focus on what they feel is more important subjects for their child's talent and future. This was even before the pandemic hit the world. Many parents in India, tired of the conformist educational code, have chosen homeschooling because they don't have to stick to a limited set of prescribed books, but have the freedom to explore various resources and methods available. This has been ably supported by the Ministry of Human Resource Development. As a result, there have been 2.71 million admissions during the last 5 years. Homeschooling has a distinct advantage in terms of overall experience for children, giving them more quality time with their parents, to participate in various extracurricular activities like sports, music, even cooking. All of this without conforming to the clutches of fixed times and schedules. We are now opening our eyes to the new normal. Clearly, the benefits of superior performance as exams, vastly reduced cost, and enhanced learning experience, and better time management prove that homeschooling is better than traditional schooling. Over to you.
Now we will have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Now, I would like to call the opening speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Anaka Menon. Toastmaster Anaka, can you make your voice heard first?
Yes.
Over to you, Toastmaster Anaka Menon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My team and I are here to present on the topic, homeschooling is better than traditional schooling, and we stand against the motion. Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines homeschooling as teaching school subjects to children at home. And the Law Insider Dictionary defines traditional schooling as instruction between a certified instructor and students all in the same classroom. I will be citing 3 points for why our team is against the motion, homeschooling is better than traditional schooling. Firstly, social interaction. Children attending traditional schools have more opportunities for social interactions. ResearchGate states, a child who interacts with kids of their age can develop strong communication and learning skills. How can children learn to stand up for themselves unless they learn to fight off bullies? The way students in traditional schools gear up to face the real world with a strong collaborative framework, a competitive environment, facing adversities, will all play a crucial role. Secondly, experience of teachers. Teachers at traditional schools are trained in the best way to deliver information and to inspire children. As of 2019, the National Assessment of Educational Progress states 95% of students were taught by state certified teachers. Such children have the benefit of not being a victim to biased coaching. At homeschooling, a tutor may not know where to draw the line when it comes to being stern and being unreasonable. Thirdly, independence. Children in schools need to keep track of their class schedules, self-monitor themselves, and make it to and from the bus every day. To substantiate the above points, I would like to quote that according to the United States Department of Education, as of 2019, a staggering 91% of students go to traditional schools, whereas only 3.4% of students are homeschooled. In conclusion, we as a team urge the House to reject the motion, homeschooling is better than traditional schooling. Thank you.
Now, we will have a 45-second duration of silence. Yes, it is time to invite the rebuttal speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Mandeep Singh. Can you make yourself be heard?
Yeah. Can I?
Over to you, Toastmaster Mandeep Singh.
Good morning, Toastmasters. Mark Twain once said that there are only 2 types of speakers in this world. One, the nervous, and second, the liars. And today, I did not find my worthy opponent nervous at all. He started with a definition of homeschooling, which itself is a wrong definition. And he referenced US. He said, homeschooling is following the academic curriculum at home, which is absolutely untrue, because in the US, there are 3 definitions of homeschooling, but none of these definitions say that there is a curriculum. They allow parents to follow their own curriculum at home. There is no academic curriculum in homeschooling. And this is as per the National Home Education Research Institute, which he quoted as a second point, and in the article where he mentioned the success of homeschooling. But I would urge everyone to scroll down that article. And in the end, it says, let me read it out for you. The article says, this research design to date do not conclusively prove any positive effects of homeschooling on the children, because there is no evidence available or enough evidence available in the researches that have been done. So I don't know whether this research is reliable or not, and I urge the House to reject this research. Second, he talked about the articles on Khaleej Times that the homeschooling in UAE is on the rise. True, but still 90% of the people go to traditional schooling. And after this pandemic, wherein everybody had to do schooling at home, there have been articles in Khaleej Times every day that what are the struggles of the parents at home while they are homeschooling their kids. And they want the schools to be open and go back. And there had been articles every day. If I name one day, that would not be justified. So every day there was an article, and you must be reading those articles. Third, he talked about what they feel is important should be taught to the kid. That means parents. Do you really think so? According to the Mom Thought Junction, there is an article that says that most parents in the US are doing homeschooling because of the religious concerns. And they don't want kids to socialize. Do you think that this is the basic right of the children to socialize? And this article also says that parents should not be deciding what the kids should be doing. Kids should decide, but when kids are at home, they cannot decide. They also talked about homeschooling rise in India. Let me tell you, in India, no university accepts kids at homeschooling, and there is no freedom, as he mentioned. And this article has been published by Ministry of Human Resources and Education.
45 seconds of silence. Now I would like to invite the rebuttal speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Sucheta Sucharita. Can you please make yourself be heard?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Over to you, Toastmaster Sucheta Sucharita.
Good morning, contest chair, our worthy opponents and fellow Toastmasters. Our team spoke for the motion. Now let me bring out some points to argue from my opponent's team. The first point they mentioned was about certified instructor. What do my worthy opponents mean by certified instructor? What do they mean that there is no professionalism when children are homeschooled? I drive today, I drive tomorrow. After a year, I become a professional driver. The same way, the father, the mother, or the brother, they acquire the knowledge of professionalism. They can be very well teach in a certified way. They can be certified instructors as well. Let me bring down to next. My worthy opponents mentioned about social interaction. Can I question, who told you that children who are homeschooled don't get time for social engagements? They are very much taught how to attend social gatherings, go for a swimming class, go for a dance class, go for a singing class. There is a lot of social gathering happening. And let me remind you, all of us, everyone, each one sitting in this room, they have the first friends they have is from their neighborhood. So let me remind you, social gathering is not an obstruction. Diversity. Now, where else can you find more diverse minds other than in your family, your neighborhood? So this clearly cuts out the point that diversity is an obstruction. Bullies. Can my opponents confirm that children are not bullied in traditional schooling? They're bullied the most. If you go back and check the statistics, so many students are attempting to suicide as a result of bully and peer pressure. Experience of teachers. This point I have already included, I believe. I don't need to give it. Next, they mentioned a statistics that US Department of Education mentioned that only 91% of them are attending traditional schooling and 3.4% have not been. My dear worthy opponent, the debate is not about statistics and the more in number. The debate is about which is better. And clearly, these points prove the fact that homeschooling is way better since parents can be reasonable, whereas your teachers might be stern and unreasonable. Coming to timetable factor, yes, you have a dependency when you are going to school. It is clinging you to a particular timetable, which wherein during the homeschooling, it is not. So with this, I reinstate that homeschooling is better than traditional schooling. Over to you.
45 seconds of silence. It is time to invite the closing speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Priya Nambiar. Can you please make yourself be heard with a yes?
Yes.
Over to you, Toastmaster Priya Nambiar.
It is undisputably clear that the statement homeschooling is better than traditional schooling holds no value or meaning. Good morning to all. My opening speaker today put forward the following clear facts which shows traditional schooling is the only solution for your child's holistic development. Number one, a traditionally taught children are learn to be socially competent who can stand up for themselves and face the real world out, which is definitely not possible while learning within the four walls of your house. Number two, this is done under the expert guidance of trained and educated professionals, the teachers. Number three, traditionally schooled children learn to be independent who can take ownership of their work. The statements given by my opponent team were slashed by my rebuttal speaker, where he aptly pointed out that most of their facts are based on unreliable research and therefore baseless, especially the positive effects of homeschooling on children. Secondly, he pointed out that the curriculum of homeschooling is not specific, and it is unfortunate that parents decide what children learn and not learn. No wonder a whopping 91% of children still prefer traditional schooling, as it is the only solution for child's complete development, as mentioned by my opening speaker. Based on these facts and figures, my team rejects the motion homeschooling is better than traditional schooling. Over to you.
45 seconds of silence. It is time to invite the closing speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Murtaza Umchawala. Can you please make yourself be heard with a yes?
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Over to you, Toastmaster Murtaza Umchawala.
Respected moderator, worthy opponents, and fellow Toastmasters, good morning. My opening speaker, Toastmaster Dinesh, by giving latest statistics, research, and facts, has cogently, eloquently, and with conviction established that homeschooling is better than traditional schooling. He has clearly and lucidly explained how homeschooling has been transforming the students to become a better performance, giving them freedom to explore various learning resources and offer better quality time that can be used to learn various extracurricular activities, thus making them capable of handling the 21st century's challenges that life has been offering to them. He cited credible research findings from National Home Education Research Institute and publications from College Times, which empirically highlights the importance and increasing trend towards homeschools. Not only that, he has also presented the potential cost savings of 50 to 75%, which can be better invested in important subjects and skills for the child, talent, and future. My rebuttal speaker, by rebutting point by point on point of social interaction, diversity, certified instructor, have proved that these are mere illusions and only hypothetical and just apprehensions and don't hold good. Our team strongly believes that homeschooling is better than traditional schooling. We can offer enhanced learning experience, a better time management, and holistic skills development. And I'm sure it has given a wake-up call to our worthy opponents and further have also enlightened the audience and judges equally to accept this motion. Hence, we rest our case. Over to you.
That ends the 6 speakers' duration of speech. Now we will have a 2-minute period of silence for the judges to mark their ballots and indicate their results to the ballot counter. The 2-minute period is up. May I know from the Chief Judge whether that much time is sufficient?
Nisha, I will get back to you.
Thank you. Now we have come to the end of the debate, this bout of debate. Please note that the participation certificates for all the contestants will be handed over to the contestants via mail within the next 48 hours. Now that the bout is over, you know what I was thinking? I should call a Zoom meeting with my brother. Now that I know how to debate amicably, I have a few scores to settle with him. Till then, I would like to hand over the stage back to our MC, DTM Bipin.
Thank you, DTM Nisha. Is your brother visible to you and audible?
I wish he was.
All right, I take that as a yes. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Nisha, for a very well conducted eliminator round. We will take the session forward.
I'm ready. DTM Bipin, I'm ready with the result.
You're ready with the results. All right, great. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, to announce the results of the qualifier round, let us welcome a very humble, approachable, dynamic Toastmaster who needs no introduction, our current Program Quality Director and the Director-elect for District 105, DTM Nelson Menezes. Over to you, DTM Nelson.
Good morning, everyone. We had just finished our pre-qualifier, and the winner will take place position in the 6th quarterfinal today. The pre-qualifier was between two divisions, Division J and Division F, and the winner for this debate round is Division J. Division J will be the 12th team which will qualify for the 6th quarterfinal. Back to you, DTM Bipin.
Thank you, DTM Nelson. The results came in really fast. So very impressed and so thankful to all the judges and to you, Chief Judge. Now, fellow Toastmasters and guests who are on the call today, did you see the teamwork in action? Did you see all those skills and competencies that I promised you that you will see? All those who say yes, please type yes in the chat box. Excellent. There's a flooding of messages coming. Thank you so much. Keep it going on. Now, there is always an internal debate that goes on in all of us to do this or to do that, to be this or to be that. And this is what is being shown as the intervening slides when we are having the 45 seconds break in between. Those questions, to be or not to be, kind of questions which Shakespeare had, which was of a global nature, but my questions are very simple. My doubts are very simple. To pay a waiter a tip or not, such decisions actually are very difficult for me to make. So I have a simple way. Whenever I go to a restaurant, I carry tips, small tips that I give to them. Tips like money does not bring happiness, so why go after it? Tips like don't give up. One day you will be a winner. These tips definitely will be uplifting them. As for the other tip, that is an eternal internal debate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that we are done with the qualifier round, and as the debaters are ready to share their perspectives in the qualifier rounds, we get into the quarterfinals. And to take the quarterfinals forward, we have the first moderator who has been a Toastmaster since 2011. This Toastmaster is also a mentor of Keynoters and JLT Toastmasters Club. She has been active in the contesting arena and winning at different levels. Like she was the runners-up for the division debate contest, and she was the winner in the humorous speech category. Most of my humor goes flat, so I have to learn from her how to crack some good jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome, with a smile, distinguished Toastmaster Nayana Shaiju.
Good morning, everybody. Somebody can say good morning. And thank you, Toastmaster Bipin, for the bountiful introduction. We all know that you like bounty so much. Now, Shakespeare may have a different kind of debate, but believe me, we have a different kind of debate. Before the lockdown started, the debate was what to wear to work, what to wear, what not to wear, how to leave your hair. Should I tie it like this or do like this? But after the lockdown, the debate is completely different. It's very, very critical. Day in and day out. The debate is, what do I cook today? Oh my God. I just think sometimes they should also provide us a menu card which says weekly dishes available in my house. I so wish it had happened. Forget all that. Let's come back and bring the focus to the contest, the very first District Annual Debate Contest 2020. Welcome everyone to the quarterfinal 1 of this debate between Division B and Division L. The winners of this will jump directly to semi-final 1. The rules of the debate. As you all heard the rules of the debate, the rules remains same as per the previous rounds. And the chief judge of the contest is the benevolent leader, DTM Nelson Meneses. Now let us go and introduce ourselves to the teams. Can we now have the slide, please?
GTM Naina?
Yes.
Distinguished Toastmaster Sujil will be the chief judge for the first 6 rounds.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So here we have yet another leader who will be the chief judge for quarterfinal rounds. DTM Sujit. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? And now let's get introduced to our teams today. The team, Division B. The opening speaker will be Shaji Shanmugam. The rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Kailash C. Mutta. And the closing speaker is Toastmaster Noor Jahan Majid. We also have the back speaker, Toastmaster DTM Gigi Zibilan. The Division L team is against the motion. Opening speaker, Toastmaster Priyanka Manchanda. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Nisha Shave. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Smita Vaidya. And the backup speaker, Toastmaster Anusha Shashital. And the topic for the debate is liberal arts courses are more important than science and commerce streams today. Chief Judge, are we ready to start the contest?
Yes, we have the timers on board. Yes, so we can proceed. Good luck.
All the speakers, can you see the timers? So we'll have a quick check just before you start. I'll be asking you, debater, are you ready? You can just show me a thumbs up, or best is if you can say yes. So it will give us a mic check. So let's begin the contest with the topic, liberal art courses are more important than science and commerce streams today. I would like to call the opening speaker from the 4th team, Toastmaster Priyanka Manchanda. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I am, but I'm from the against team. So you might want to review the...
Sorry. Oh, sorry for the kufa. Let's put our hands again to the opening speaker of 4th team, Toastmaster Shaji Shanmugam. Debater, are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, please.
Liberal arts, where today's leaders are made. Thank you, moderator. Good morning, judges and our worthy opponents. Liberal art courses are more important than science and commerce streams today. We as a team are strongly for the motion of the topic. Liberal art courses are very vast. It covers subjects such as political science, law, history, geography, economics, arts, language, and so on. The study of liberal arts enables a student to develop critical thinking, argumentative and creative skills, which helps to develop leadership skills. Let me highlight some of the benefits of studying liberal arts. Firstly, sense of social responsibility. According to Dr. Sonia Cardens, who is a dean at Trinity College in the USA, liberal arts graduates should be broadly accepted to make the world a better place, as they practiced in working with others to overcome challenges. This is shown in a good example of Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, who is graduated in politics and public relations, who dealt the coronavirus effectively. Secondly, liberal arts graduates have higher emotional intelligence. Undergraduate students in the liberal art course score significantly higher in emotional intelligence than their science counterparts. According to a study conducted by Marquette University, the World Economic Forum mentioned that emotional intelligence is a key skill required for the 21st century. Investor Mark Cuban says, we'll need more people who can put information into human context. To prepare for the future, we need to start studying today. Year on year, liberal arts graduates from the field of political science, mass communication, and public relations give voice to the world. Journalists and the media pave the way to spread useful information. This is much needed right now in situations of crisis when people rely so much on news. We strongly believe social responsibility, soft skills, and moreover, job flexibility will be higher for the people who study liberal art courses than any other educational streams. Considering all this, we unanimously appeal the judges to accept the motion for the topic liberal art courses are more important than science and commerce streams today. Over to you, judges.
Let's observe 45 seconds of silence. Let's now welcome the opening speaker of Against team, Toastmaster Priyanka. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Can you hear and see me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. We outrightly reject the motion that liberal art courses are more important than science and commerce streams today, simply because we are strongly opposed to the idea of one being considered more important than the other. Think about it. When an artist creates, a scientist invents, or a trader trades, they play an equally important role in human progress. Let us pursue this truth even further. You and I do not need a 6x6 vision to see how art and science have beautifully blended all around us. Is cinematic art not a blend of motion picture technology with an artist's story? Is photography not the laws of physics that has helped us develop cameras that capture aesthetic life moments? Creative artistic genius is the inspiration behind modern marvels of engineering, like our very own Burj Khalifa. And you got to be kidding me if you tell me that we could have built the Burj Khalifa or made progress in cinematic art and photography without sustained funding coming in from trade and commerce. You and I would be intellectually challenged if we feel that a successful business can be made only by artists alone, or scientists alone, or commerce experts alone. Because the truth is that successful businesses are a blend, a cross-functional blend, where you mix the creativity of problem solving that comes from humanities with the science of product design and the efficiencies of commerce. When Steve Jobs got the artists into Apple, he did not tell the science and commerce graduates to leave. Rather, what he did, he created an environment where he could marry the expertise of all of them. Another important word in the topic today, and yes, that's precisely my point. Today, when the world is in the midst of a pandemic, are we not looking up to science and commerce to provide us that magical cure at an affordable cost for the virus that can save us? And as we wait for that cure to arrive, can we not see how our artists are embracing technology to reach out to communities and make them feel better, cheer them up? It was only last month when musicians of the Rotterdam Orchestra embraced technology to do a virtual rendition of Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Let us not forget that it is the passion that an individual has for his or her craft that is important. And like we cannot fail gravity, let us not fail today in rejecting this motion that liberal art courses are more important than science and commerce streams today. And with that, I rest my case. Over to you.
Let's observe 45 seconds silence. Let's welcome the second speaker, the rebuttal speaker of the against team, Toastmaster Nisha. Toastmaster Nisha Savai. Debater, are you ready?
Yes.
Over to you.
My worthy opponent has a very myopic view and seems to have graduated from Trump's school of debating and shifted the argument as per their convenience. I feel sorry for them at their inability to see the bigger picture. Let me broaden their horizon and include the parts that they very conveniently missed. They mentioned a research that emotional intelligence is more important. When was this research conducted? How relevant it is today? Was it done in US? Who did the study? What percentage of the world population was taken into account? For how many years the study conducted? I haven't heard or read about this study. It might be a study in isolation. Moreover, this study has been called into question by eminent academics, researchers who found the whole methodology flawed. By merely saying that a survey of report shows that does not drive home your point very well. Give us some facts, give us some statistics to authenticate your point. My worthy opponent mentioned that liberal art makes great leaders. Let me remind him that APJ Abdul Kalam, who came from technical background, went on to successfully lead this country with second highest population in the world, that is India. My worthy opponent mentioned that liberal arts provide higher job flexibility. It's a plethora of subjects and career options. I don't think team proposition is actually aware of the reality. Just because somebody goes into biology stream doesn't mean they're going to become doctors. Just because somebody takes physics, they're not going to become engineers. They are completely ignoring thousands and thousands of other career options. Let's say 30 career options under liberal arts. We are not denying it, but we are saying another 30 from science and another 30 for commerce. Now you have 90 options. Wake up from your slumber and look at the world around you. The stark reality is totally different. Make no mistake, we are talking about today. Today, the situation is very completely different from what even it was 6 months ago. 6 months ago, we were looking at a very rosy scenario. Today, the world is facing a pandemic. And who are the people who are fighting on the forefront? Doctors, apart from giving counseling and medicines to parents, patients are even uplifting their spirits. Today, we need efficient medical cures at cost-effective rate with critical thinking. Art, science, and commerce play an equal role. My worthy opponent said critical thinking and creativity is the exclusive domain of liberal arts students. How can you even say that? Just because somebody is a scientist does not mean they don't apply critical thinking. Even a scientist, when it needs to solve a problem, needs to think creatively, think out of the box. Again, you need to keep an eye on detail. My opponent has been on the same rigmarole from the beginning to end and failed to bring anything concrete on the table. By just saying liberal arts is more important, it's like saying right brain is more important than the left brain. It's sheer foolishness and being ignorant. In the words of Leonardo da Vinci, we should learn the art of science and science of art. We have unmastered our opponent, and without an iota of doubt, we firmly believe that liberal art courses are not more important than science and commerce stream today.
Let's have 45 seconds of silence, please. Let's now call the rebuttal speaker from the fourth team, Toastmaster Kailash. Toastmaster Kailash, give me a test, please. Debater, are you ready? Chief Judge.
Yes, please. Hello. Yes,
Oh,
Naina? Yeah.
it's
Can you speak?
Kailash.
Yeah. 1 second. Yeah.
Debater, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, over to you.
Good morning, moderator and my fellow Toastmasters. The motion on the floor is for liberal art courses are more important than science and commerce streams today. My team and my assembly believes and support it. My worthy opponents spoke against the motion and we categorically reject their stand. We will prove with data and facts about the real world. She started with saying that in today's pandemic situation, whether you need the vaccines or medicines or not. Yes, vaccines and medicines are important, but these ultimately needs the vision which is necessary to distribute to the masses. This vision only comes from the leaders who has done liberal arts, such as Prime Minister of New Zealand, which my introductory speaker has already mentioned. The second point she mentioned about the funds from science and commerce. You see today, there is enough funds in the world. There's no problem with the funds in the world. The problem is where the funds are going, how the funds are utilized, where the leaders are required better. Otherwise, just hang the funds. You teach today, the 5% of the people have 95% of the wealth, which is what, that is the reason we are facing the problems in the world. So we need leaders who understand the masses, who understand the problem, and they work accordingly. These leaders can come only from liberal arts. Second point, she said that only the science and commerce can make the money. I don't agree with that. That me and my time, we don't agree on artisticity can come only from liberal arts. Just by one particular science, you will not get the creative activity. Yes, science is there, but before that, if you have the liberal art education and then science, you have the creativity as well as you have the look for the betterment of the people. This is basically we are talking about for liberal arts. Later on, she was mentioning about the money and other things. My worthy opponents looks like very short-sighted about money in the science and commerce. There are many examples where the liberal arts can make money in a longer ride.
Let's have 45 seconds of silence, please. Let's now welcome the closing speaker of Against team, Toastmaster Smita. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Arts, science, and commerce, three phases of prism that aids our understanding of the world. And to contend one as more important than other is akin to insisting our right brain as more important than left. Illogical, isn't it? Our opening speaker has put forward 3 clear examples to prove this beyond doubt. 1 and 2. Any pursuit, cinema, architecture, writing is a blend of art and science. It was engineering genius, diligent fund management, as much as artistic capabilities that created marvels like Burj Khalifa and made products like Apple successful. Today, in these pandemic times, we need the expertise of our medical professionals as much as we need the solace of our artists to comfort us. In fact, today, even the artists need technologies to reach us. And our rebuttal speaker clearly dashed the myopic view that our opponent team tried to pander to us by reminding us of great leaders, a technological background of great leaders like APJ Abdul Kalam. She clearly showed how selective view our opponent speakers are pervading by reminding us that creativity and problem solving is not the exclusive domains of liberal arts, even maths and science. In fact, maths is all about problem solving. The rebuttal speaker slashed the incomplete view that the opponent speakers tried to portray to us by pointing out the incompleteness of the surveys that our opponent speaker and irrelevance of the surveys that opponent speaker tried to portray to us. She clearly told how these surveys are not relevant in today's time. In today's time, we need both arts and science in equal manner. All this proves that there is no arts without science, no existence without commerce, and each stream complements and completes each other, which makes it only imperative that we do not mislead our youth into believing that liberal arts are more important than science and commerce. Hence, we ask the House to reject this motion.
Thank you. Let's observe 45 seconds of silence, please. Let's now welcome the closing speaker of 14, Toastmaster Noor Jahan. Toastmaster Noor Jahan, debater, are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, over to you.
American entrepreneur Steve Case said, "A general liberal arts education is very important, particularly in an uncertain, changing world." And I'm sure you can agree, this year has certainly been that. Respected audience, let me firmly reinstate our motion that liberal arts courses are more important than science and commerce streams today. Our introductory speaker daringly marked the canvas by stating that liberal arts graduates learn and earn a sense of social responsibility. Moreover, such graduates are known to own the coveted 21st century skill of emotional intelligence, thereby helping them strongly in the fields of communication. And if you'll notice, all of these are vital skills needed in today's uncertain, changing world caused by the corona crisis. Our rebuttal speaker further painted the picture by saying that whilst vaccines are important, this ultimately comes from the vision of leaders born under liberal arts who will distribute this to the masses. He then went on to cite examples of famous and rich liberal arts leaders and said that the career progression of a liberal arts graduate is a lot steadier than that of a science or commerce graduate in the long run. And now, allow this liberal arts graduate to add the finishing touches to our masterpiece. Liberal arts are important because of the vital soft skills we learn, earning more money in the long run, what we can contribute to society, which is relevant in situations of crises, and, this one's for the Toastmasters, it's ultimately where you learn to lead. So members of the House, let these arguments convince you to vote for the motion that liberal arts courses are more important than science and commerce streams of today, because this is where today's leaders are made. Over to you.
Now we will have 2 minutes of silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Thank you, timer. Now let's put our hands together for both the team, for and against. A big round of applause, please. Now we have come to end of the debate. Please note the participation certificate for all the contestants will be handed over via email within 48 hours. Now let's move on to the next session of the quarterfinals. To host this session, we have the immediate past president of Green's Toastmasters Club, a passionate filmmaker and an aspiring writer, and have recently realized that her greatest disliked chore is doing the dishes. The hot topic of debate in her life with her spouse is a very critical topic, as should there be a pineapple on pizzas? Let's put our hands together and call the moderator, Toastmaster Ruchi. Over to you, Ruchi.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Naina. It was a wonderful introduction. And once again, a big round of applause to Toastmaster Naina for conducting a wonderful debate herself. I welcome everybody to the second round of the quarterfinals of the first ever District Annual Debate Contest 2019-2020. As Naina mentioned, I have this eternal debate. I love pizza. Should there be pineapple on pizza? What do you think? But while in a lockdown, the only debate in your mind is about food. So I'm so glad to be part of a contest of this nature, and I hope you're excited as well. So let's begin the contest. The rules of the debate will remain exactly the same. And I'm honored to have the Chief Judge, DTM Sujil, who's taking over the Chief Judge role with us. Let us get to know the teams who are participating in this debate. May I request the Zoom master to put the screen with the names? Thank you. So the affirmative team speaking for the motion is from Division M. And the opening speaker is Toastmaster Arnold Massey. Toastmaster Arnold Mussey. The rebuttal speaker is Toastmaster Krishna Srinivasan. Toastmaster Krishna Srinivasan. The closing speaker for the affirmative team is Toastmaster Garuda Prakash. Toastmaster Garuda Prakash. The backup speaker in case of any technical difficulties for the for team is Toastmaster Vidya Rani. The team speaking against the motion is from the Division H team. And the opening speaker is Toastmaster Anand Natarajan. Toastmaster Anand Natarajan. And the rebuttal speaker is Toastmaster Zahir Nasir. Toastmaster Zahir Nasir. The closing speaker is Toastmaster Catherine Gundani. Toastmaster Catherine Gundani. And the backup speaker for the team speaking against the motion is Toastmaster Merizban P. Katrak. Toastmaster Merizban P. Katrak. The topic of this debate is competition does not benefit the learning process. So before we begin, let's do a very quick check if everyone is ready for the debate. So I will just ask you if you're ready, you can show me a thumbs up or you can probably say a yes. Zoom masters, are you ready?
Yes.
Timers, are you ready? Great. And contestants, are you ready? Most importantly, perfect. All right, let's begin. Chief Judge, should we start?
Please proceed.
Perfect, okay. So I'd like to call upon the opening speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Arnold Mussey. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. All the best, over to you.
Our most consequential human problem will be resolved not through competition, but collaboration. My team strongly believes in these words of the American educationist Ernest L. Boyer when we assert that competition does not benefit the learning process. Competition, by definition, is winning against someone. Learning is a process of acquiring knowledge. One can acquire knowledge through defeating someone. The very friend with whom you share your snack box at school or college becomes your competitor when exams come by. Learning cannot happen in such an atmosphere. It only induces unnecessary stress. Losing in a competition can easily lead to stress and anxiety, especially if it promotes academic competition. A less than perfect result may affect your child's emotion or even hurt their confidence. Winning every time is not the norm, and losing causes self-doubt, lower self-esteem. The fact is, losing isn't easy. To begin with, as per the news in NDTV in December 2019, in the last 3 years, 81 students from IIT IIM have committed suicide due to pressure to compete. The suicide rate among students from MIT of USA is alarming as well. A student by the name of Nguyen killed himself in June 2009 when he couldn't cope with the competition. To cope with this negative phenomenon, the universities and schools around the world are moving towards cooperative learning rather than the competitive system of education. Secondly, in a recent study conducted at the Linköping University in Sweden by Eva Hammar, 97% of the students found that working in a group facilitates learning. Such truths have been known for long. That's why while the selection process for staff in most companies is through competitive process, once the staff are on board, learning is always in teams and groups. This comes from the understanding that we learn and perform best as a team and not in a fearful competitive atmosphere. Thirdly, to reinforce the statement, I would like to give the example of the International Space Station. Before 1998, different countries were competing with each other for space. Russians have their meals, salutes, US had Skylab, but none were successful until they came together, learned from each other to collaborate and cooperate with the space station. Best artificial object in space now. All the great minds, all the inventors, they were not competing, yet they invented something new, focused on learning, competing. Even as kids, we learn our mother tongue without any competition. Learning is of essence here. In the end, I would like to reiterate that remember, it's the cooperation and collaboration that gets you ahead of competition. The facts and figures placed before you clearly shows that competition is not beneficial to learning. I rest my case.
We will have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. I now welcome the opening speaker for the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Anand Natarajan. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Over to you.
My worthy opponents, honorable judges, good morning. Before I even argue against the motion, I ask you, learned opponents, a simple question. Why are you competing in this debate here if you weren't learning something from it? And since you are learning something from it, isn't it ironical that competing here today contradicts your very stance for the motion? We oppose today's motion with conviction, as competition is and should be an integral part of the learning process. We can define competition very simply as trying to outdo others or even yourself. Obviously, everyone here realizes that winning is beneficial to humanity and to learning. Competition can even be with yourself. Would we have an Usain Bolt today if he didn't compete with himself? Look at the space race between the US and the Soviet Union. Starting from the 50s, there was intense competition in space exploration and achieving historical firsts. From the first spacewalk to the moon landing. Can you imagine humanity landing a rover on Mars if it weren't for that spirit of competition? We are sure it wouldn't have happened. Secondly, notice the increasing culture of gamification of the learning process. Gamification is the building of a game and leaderboards around study to ensure that students are awarded points at each stage of the learning process to enhance competition. This was done worldwide in universities such as University of Michigan, California State University, and Purdue University, to name a few. Terrific results included higher student retention, lower dropouts, and improved academic performance. Why did it work? A sense of competition. If competition can drive so much positive change, can we afford to not make competition a part of the learning process? Colin D. Young, a psychologist at the University of Minnesota, says, a sense of competition and reward creates dopamine, the happy hormone. This directly translates into motivation, which improves learning efficiencies and reduces possibilities of future error. Let me take you to a recent study at the University of Madrid, which revealed that 59% students found competition rounds useful while learning a subject. And surprisingly, 76% students found a positive atmosphere between competing groups. Can we then really say that competition doesn't benefit the learning process? We conclude with conviction against today's motion. Competition is and should be an integral part of the learning process. Over to you.
We will now have 45 seconds of silence. I now call upon the rebuttal speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Zahir Nasser. Debater, are you ready?
Thank you. Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, over to you.
Honorable judges, respected moderators, and my fellow Toastmasters, good morning. Our worthy adversaries rather naively spoke about this subject in a very singular fashion. Their arguments were solely focused on students, and they spoke very little about the competition in other aspects of life. I'm going to break down systematically the points that they made and explain why our motion is in favor here. First of all, they spoke about collaboration being the more defining factor here. They defined competition as winning and the learning process as acquiring knowledge. However, I will argue that it is a known fact that having an end goal in sight gives us focus, and this is what is cited in many articles discussed by our opening speaker. The fact is, without clear goals, most of us would likely achieve very little. I would argue that competition fuels the learning process, and it should be seen as a tool, not a hindrance to the learning process. Without competition, we are lethargic, unbothered, and become complacent. These are not tendencies we associate with learning. Their second point was around the theme of stress and anxiety and hurting confidence. While we sympathize with the suicide attempts cited in their research, learning is not only about students. Learning is a lifelong process, and it's not only about competing with others, but competing with ourselves to ensure that we achieve more and more each day. They went on to cite that universities and schools are moving on to a cooperative learning process. However, this is not something that can be achieved overnight. Curriculums have been developed over decades and centuries. And what we study here today in universities and schools have taken a long time to develop. Moving to this system of learning will confuse and deflate people from understanding what they're actually learning. You went on to talk about working in a collaborative way from a working perspective in the workplace. To this point, I would argue that despite collaboration being a useful tool, there is always a hierarchy in authority, and competition is needed to determine who is the best man for the job. The interview process too is a competition after all. Competition is a natural animalistic tendency, and we cannot be avoided and exists in all elements of life. Both the opening speaker from the opponent's team and our team spoke about the space race. And the fact is, what we've achieved today in space would not have happened if that competition did not exist between the USA and the Soviet Union earlier in the century. I'm shocked that our opponents came up with such little on this topic. In light of our opening speaker's comments and the lack of substantive reasoning for the motion by our opponents, I reassert our motion that competition is beneficial to the learning process and absolutely necessary. Thank you.
We will now have 45 seconds of silence, please. I now call upon the rebuttal speaker speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Krishna Kumar Srinivasan. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, am I audible and am I visible?
You are audible and visible. Over to you.
Good morning, Madam Moderator, my worthy opponents, my young worthy opponent. I think has quickly forgotten the examination trials and tribulations that he has gone through not very long ago. For the sake of this debate, he started with a very beautiful question. Why are we even competing? Yes, we grow when we compete in a relaxed atmosphere. In this Toastmasters debate, we know we are not growing at the expense of our fellow Toastmasters. But whereas in a competitive examination environment, in the competitive world, one is growing at the expense of another. That is what competition itself means, outrunning another, outbeating another. So in such a kind of an atmosphere, like my opening speaker has already made it very clear, there can be no growth. In fact, most of the studies that has been again and again repeated, be it the Minnesota research, the Madrid study, all these only point out to the same kind of studies that are conducted in controlled atmospheres, where there's no pressure on the participants that would typically arise in everyday competitive life. He said, my worthy opponent said, it's beneficial to humanity. I can cite many studies, but quickly let me just take your attention to a Bloomberg study, which said that what does competition do? This is a report of 2012. It lets you set short-term goals. It discourages risk-taking. And it almost, it reduces human capacity for innovation. That's what the study said. My worthy opponent also spoke about the USSR and the USA competition for space. What has it all ended up? Like my opening speaker already said, if you see the space research, the International Space Station today is run by about 20 countries, by 4 space agencies who all collaborate. When the Tesla module went up, the SpaceX module, it was received by a Russian astronaut. So you see that's where education or learning has to happen in a cooperative and not in a competitive atmosphere. He spoke about gamification. Gamification has now proved to be quite detrimental to society. There are n number of studies in the market which will show you that beating one another, killing and getting annihilation of the opponent is almost become the norm of all gamification. To conclude, I would reiterate that competition does not help the learning process. I rest my case.
We will now have 45 seconds of silence, please. I now call upon the closing speaker speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Catherine Gundani Palmer. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, over to you.
Honorable judges, moderator, and our learning opponents. We stand by our motion that competition does indeed promote learning in this world. Our opening speaker put up points that are relevant and support this point. He had research and data to prove these points. He started by letting us know how our opponents being in this competition is actually something for them to gain some knowledge. And when he went on to explain how we define competition, he also stated that competition is not only with others, but can also be with yourself. From the research that he brought about from Dr. Colin DeYoung, he also proved that through competition, the hormone dopamine, the happy hormone, promotes the learning process in individuals. When he went on to speak about gamification, he went on to cite examples of institutions which have used this education and learning tool, this competitive tool, to produce results. And he went on to explain some of the results that they received, including retainership and improved results from students. Let's not say more about what he spoke about the space race. This is something that has brought us so much knowledge about the space as we know it today. Our rebuttal speaker also spoke about the workplace, how if you do not have competition, then you don't have any goals. And that means that there isn't much learning. Competition is used in workplaces for promotion. So from the facts and the data that our opening speaker and our rebuttal speaker have presented, competition is vital for the learning process. We rest our case. Over to you.
We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges, please. I now call upon the closing speaker speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Garuda Prakash. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Am I audible and visible?
You are audible and you're visible. Over to you.
Good morning, dear moderator and my esteemed opponents who tried their best to derail the importance of learning. However, our Toastmaster Arnold, in his opening speech, laid our team's position strongly. Point number one, the number of suicides is an alarming message. What's happening here? Definitely it's not learning. It's a race between win or lose. And what's the root cause of this? The competition. He further went on to refer to a study in Sweden, where the students were given the choice either to take the competitive path or a group education. Madam, as we all know, we learn from each other. Point number three, collaboration in the International Space Station. During the Cold War era, USA and USSR were on a space race. Later, they realized that instead of competing with each other and spoiling the resources, why not we collaborate? Think about it where we are today. There are several countries who are participating in the space research program with one common goal, that is learning about this space. Furthermore, our rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Krishna Kumar, brought down the arguments of the opponents with his articulation. Let's look at the Toastmaster complication. As what Krishna Kumar rightly said, we are not doing this competition at the expense of our opponents. But just see in examination setup, the expense is loss of life of a loser. Furthermore, all the studies which are conducted in the world are all under controlled conditions. This is not the real day-to-day life, which are very different. The computation in a day-to-day life is very different. I emphasize that this should not be trivialized.
This brings us to the end of the debate. So we'll have 2 minutes of silence for the judges to mark the final scores. Thank you. So I'd like to conclude and first of all, thank all the contestants for doing a fantastic job. I think we all enjoyed the debate, didn't you? Before I hand over, I would like to say that pineapples should not be on pizzas. I'm with the people who've mentioned in the group. And there was a debate mentioned there saying pizzas should be banned, which is atrocious. So with that in mind, I'd like to, before I hand over, also contestants, please note all your participation certificates will be emailed to you within 48 hours. So that's the end of the debate. I'd like to hand over to the moderator of the next debate. And let me tell you, you're in for a treat because this Toastmaster is a passionate anchor. And he's a very experienced Toastmaster who has more than a decade of experience in serving the Toastmasters fraternity. He's the current president of the Leeds Toastmasters Club, plus he's part of 2 other Toastmasters Club at the same time. He's a fun-loving guy, and I can't wait to see how he performs. I asked him one question. I said, what have you learned during the lockdown? And he said, he's amazed by how people have adapted so quickly. So I'm handing over to the next moderator, Toastmaster Chanel Paliel. Over to you.
Thank you, Toastmasters Ruji. That was such a wonderful introduction, as sweet as your contest. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the first ever district annual debate contest 2019 and 2020. I'm sure we all are living in the moment. What a fantastic day today. Really enjoying each bit of it. Please continue enjoying your day because it is worth enjoying. Today, we are very privileged to have Toastmaster, the distinguished Toastmaster Sujil as our Chief Judge. We are really thankful for the entire team. Now, there are three things which is common to the earlier debate in this debate as well. Those are the Chief Judge, the timers, and the rules. There are three things which is different from the last contest. One is your moderator, two, the teams, and the three is the topic. Now let's have the two teams who are competing each other today. Today we are having the team, the kings of all divisions, Division K. And let us welcome in their speaking order, the opening speaker, Toastmaster Padmaja Dilip Kumar. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Regis Cholil. And the summary speaker, Toastmaster Biju Narayanan. We have a backup speaker, Toastmaster Nagarajan Venkatesh. Now here comes the next team, the team of most inspiring, independent, and intelligent team, Division I. Let's see who are their speaking order. We have Toastmaster Alagananda Revankar, yes, opening speaker. In rebuttal, we are having Toastmaster Nivin Bhaskar. We have Toastmaster Deepa Balachandran as a summary speaker. We have a backup speaker, Toastmaster Sikandar Said. The topic is employee first, customer second. Before we begin the contest, let us have the readiness from all the role players. Can we have the thumbs up from the Zoom masters?
Yes.
From the timers?
Yes, we are ready.
Great. Can we have a thumbs up from all the contestants, all the speakers? Great. Chief Judge, can I have a yes from you to start the contest?
Definitely yes.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes our first speaker from the team 4, Toastmaster Padmaja Dilip Kumar. Dear debater, are you ready?
Yes.
Over to you, Toastmaster Padmaja Dilip Kumar.
If you take care of your employees, they will take care of your customers, said Richard Branson, the founder of Virgin Group that controls more than 400 companies under its umbrella and whose net worth is $4 billion US. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We, Division K, firmly stand for the motion, employee first, customer second. Every year, Forbes puts up 100 top companies list based on the total revenues for the fiscal year. And a survey by them in 2013 found that many of these top-notch companies had one unique selling point, employee first policy. Let me pick a few examples for you. Starbucks. This coffee giant accounts for almost half of the total market share and generated $26.5 billion US in net revenues in 2019, a whopping 7% increase over the previous 12 months. Its founder, Howard Schultz, has one simple success mantra. If employees are treated well, they will in turn treat the customers well. It propounded this idea by shelling out $250 million scheme for an employee education program and recently bagged the Employer of Choice Year Award to its burgeoning award cabinet. When it comes to attracting and retaining talent, it's no surprise that tech giants like Google and Apple consistently grace the top. The recently researched article published by Forbes in 2019 states that the production in Apple is directly linked to employee satisfaction. Did you know The incredibly advanced camera features in every Apple iPhone is a product of 800 plus engineers and experts collaborating solely on its unique feature. The late Steve Jobs was applauded for his employee retention tactics, and the current head, Tim Cook, has a 94% approval rating among his employees. Their secret: employee first, customer second. Google has people whose sole job is to keep its employees happy and maintain productivity. A study at Google showed that a 5-point improvement plan in employee attitudes led to a rise of 1.3% in customer satisfaction. And here comes the clincher. Vineet Nair, former CEO of HCL Technologies, has actually written a book, Employee First, Customer Second, which is Harvard's business bestseller, giving a compelling account of how this idea channelized the energy and passion of 100,000 employees to increase HCL revenues and market cap over 6 times. Within a year of introducing employee first policy, HCL had regained its #1 position among its competitors. The turnover of HCL now stands at a mind-boggling $9.9 billion US. What more proof do you need for this universally credited fact that supports our motion that it is definitely employee first, customer second? Over to you, moderator.
Thank you. Now let's observe a 45 seconds of silence. Thank you. Now this is the time to welcome the opening speaker from Team Against, Toastmaster Alagananda Revankar. Dear debater, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Over to you, Toastmaster Alagananda Revankar.
Good morning, everyone. Our debate topic for today is employee first, customer second, and we as a team are against the motion. According to the definition, customers are people who buy goods and services, and employees are people who work for customers. To prove that we are against the motion, employee first and customer second, I have 3 points to make. The first one, let me ask everybody a question. Do you know the main purpose of starting a business? Or rather, for whom do we start a business? The answer, of course, is customers and not for employees. As the saying goes, customer is the king. Don Peppers, an author and founding partner of Pepper and Rogers in Marketing Magazine of Australia, published in March 2018, quoted that you can have all the inventory in the world, but if you don't have customers, you don't have business. It is as simple as that. According to Jack Ma, a little man with a mighty empire, Alibaba, clearly states it is always employees first, and his ideology will never ever change. He says, if you don't agree, you can leave me or my company. And he became the world's largest e-commerce company in a short time just by putting his ideology customer first in front. Second point, customer-centric businesses models are proved successful. Companies such as Emirates Airlines, Alibaba, Samsung, to just name a few, are just a few examples which strive to identify needs of their customers than the requirement of their employees. The Temkin Group found that companies that earn $1 billion annually can expect to earn on an average additional $700 million within 3 years of investing in customers. And the third point, even though some of the top companies like Google, Virgin Atlanta, or Tesla claim that it is always employees first, however, they do lay off employees when they have no customers. As per the study conducted by BusinessInsider.com in 2019, most of the companies are not employment friendly. Just to name example of Tesla is not always an easy place to work. From long hours of working to running stress of working in Tesla has been very demanding and challenging. My own experience, I once had to stay awake till 4 a.m. to help a customer unblock his card. And all my manager had to tell me is, oh, Alka, you know, this customer has given $1 million business. So this clearly proves that it is always customers first, and they are the pillar of any business. Sam Walton rightly says, there is only one boss, the customer, and he can fire everybody in the company from the chairman to the down, simply by spending his money somewhere else. So with all our facts, figures, and studies, we firmly stand against the motion, employees first, customers second. Over to you.
Thank you, Toastmaster. Now let us observe a 45 seconds of silence, please. Thank you. Let us welcome the rebuttal speaker from Team Against, Toastmaster Niveen Bhaskar. Dear debater, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Over to you, Toastmaster Niveen.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Employee first, customer second, and we are against the motion. My worthy opponent team started with the quote by Richard Branson, that you take care of the employees and the customers will be taken care by themselves. But what I would like to ask my worthy opponent team is that, do they know last month Richard Branson had removed many of his staff, his employees, for whom my worthy opponent team is vouching for? He was even attacked in Parliament for the same reason. Secondly, the point which was stated by the team was Starbucks. Now this is interesting, because in Starbucks, they train the employees. But for what do they train the employees? They train the employees because they have to provide coffee to the customer within a certain allotted time. And if the employee is not able to meet that time period, the employee is asked to leave. So I can't see where is the employee being treated nicely. On the contrary, they're focusing on the customer. Then the point was given about Google and Apple. This is really, really interesting, because in Google, if you look into it, Google works more on contractors than their direct employees. All right. So there is a grading system which shows which type of customer or which type of employee gets what type of service. And moreover, we all know what Google does. So it's like asking a gun seller whether it is okay to shoot, because we search information about Google in Google. Now you look into Apple. Have you seen the factories in China where Apple products are made? There is a suicide net around the building so that the employees don't jump from the building and commit suicide. So this is the kind of treatment which Apple gives to the employees. When we talk about their camera feature, maybe they should take pictures where their employees are trying to do suicide. In Apple Insider article, which was published last year, Apple was sued for child labor, and they lost the case, by the way. Then there was another interesting point given by my worthy opponent team which supports us. That is, employees are given training, and that training increased customer satisfaction. So what's the core focus of giving training? It supports us that customer is important than employee. Employees are trained to give better customer satisfaction, which was rightly said by my worthy opponent team. Thanks for that. And finally, the point was mentioned about HCL developing. Okay, may I ask you, who is the richest man in the world? Jeff Bezos, and he runs Amazon. What's the logo of Amazon? It's always customer first. Let's forget about Jeff Bezos, Apple, Google. Let's take you and me. Like my opening speaker said, would you start a business looking at a customer base or at an employee base? Of course, you first focus on a customer. Thus, we are strongly against the motion.
Thank you, Toastmaster. Let us observe 45 seconds of silence, please. Thank you, timer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time to welcome the rebuttal speaker from Team 4, Toastmaster Regis Chulail. Dear debater, are you ready?
I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Am I visible?
Yes. Over to you, Toastmaster Regis.
Good morning, members of the House and my worthy opponents. We, Division K, strongly stand for the motion, employee first, customer second. We do not agree with any of the points raised by our worthy opponent. After listening to my worthy opponent, I'm more than certain that my worthy opponent needs a hot cup of coffee to wake up and come to the world of reality. This is my hot cup of coffee to you, my worthy opponent. Let us take point by point what my worthy opponent and how I would rebut them. My worthy opponent said, customer first. Let me ask a question to my worthy opponent. My worthy opponent is working in an organization with her full honesty and integrity. One customer complains to the management saying that he is not satisfied. And when the management takes a stern action against my worthy opponent, how will my worthy opponent feel? Will she have the same honesty, integrity, passion, and commitment to serve the company? Or will she find another job? I would request my worthy opponent to do an honest introspection and see what answer you get. That is the answer. To me, that comment is highly incongruous. Let's take the second point. My honorable opponent said, whom we start the business for. That is indeed a news. That is definitely highly deplorable. Whom we start the business for. That is for the owners. That is, they say that it is for the customers. The customers are only means to increase revenue. One question to my worthy opponent. After the company makes a big amount in profit, is the company going to give dividends to customers saying that we opened the business for you, so please be kind enough to accept this? Come on, my worthy opponent. That is definitely not acceptable at all. Let me move to the third point, what my worthy opponent said, my honorable opponent said. My honorable opponents used the example of Emirates Airlines, how they serve the customers. The customers first is as per her version. My question, my rebuttal point is how they do that. Your point, my opponent's point is illogical. How they do that is the question. Because Emirates Airlines pay very good salary to the staff. They take care of the staff better than anyone else. That is because of that quality that they are able to give them. I'll also say one thing, like in case my worthy opponent is traveling in an aircraft and encounters a problem with any crew, what will the pilot do? The passenger would be disembarked, and they always say, cabin, our crew becomes first. Safety of our crew becomes first. That is definitely, the point is incongruous to say the least. And my worthy opponent also said about Tesla, that employees are not happy. My dear worthy opponent, please have a look at LinkedIn and see what are the feedback from the staff there. So without any doubt, we Division K have substantially proved that it is employee first and
Thank you, Toastmasters. Let us observe 45 seconds of silence, please. Thank you, Toastmaster. This is a time to welcome the third speaker from Team Against for the submission, Toastmaster Deepa Balachandran. Debater, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Thank you. Over to you, Toastmaster Deepa.
Thank you. Good morning and a cheerful morning to everybody here. Employee first, customer second, and we as a team stand against the motion. Our opening speaker, right from the giving a meaning of who the customer and who the employer is, she clearly explained why we stand against the motion. For whom do we start the business? Of course, for the customer. The customer is the king, the secret behind Alibaba's and that of Don Pepper's. And we explained with a supportive document. And it's just not our statement. We have Nicolaisian Review 2014 and Don Droger's magazine publication, which stands support to us. And when they say customer-centric business, try well. What we had was a Temkin Group research findings, which supported our point. Even the top companies, when it came to lay off the employees, they said, no customers, no employees. And she even quoted her personal story of why the customer is king. And our rebuttal speaker very smartly smashed away all the points. And in fact, our opponent team gave us the points so that we can rebut every single point of that. To name the few I want to highlight. Richard Branson, he himself sacked the employee. The Starbucks, they're training the staff to meet the customer needs. And Apple and Google, the Google, it has a suicide protection net and they're employing child labor. And Apple, they have all the, there is a magazine which has a publication against it. And every employee is trained for the customer satisfaction. And with all these points, supportive documents, and the research finding, we as a team stand against the motion. Isn't it ironic that we, the customers of Toastmasters International, are even debating, enjoying being treated as a king here? Thank you to the cheerful TMOD of the day. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Let us have 45 seconds of silence, please. Thank you, Timer. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the third speaker from the team 4 for the summary, Toastmaster Biju Narayanan. Dear debater, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Over to you, Toastmaster Biju.
Good morning, Toastmasters and guests. We, Division K, stand for the motion, employee first, customer second. Our opening speaker started with a quote by Sir Richard Branson, who said that if you take care of your employees, they will take care of your customers. It is the essential part or the crux of our motion. Our opening speaker gave facts and figures which showed how an employee-first policy has benefited even top-notch companies like Apple, Google, Tesla, and HCL, to just name a few. She went on to say that ex-CEO of HCL, Vineet Nair, which is HCL, which is a turnover of 9.9 billion US dollars, has reached back to its #1 position because of its employee first policy. Our rebuttal speaker nailed it when he questioned the opposition by asking that if your integrity or honesty of an employee is questioned, how can she provide the same service or work with the same honesty or deal with the same positive effect with our customers? He showed how Emirates Airlines, by the treatment of employees, their service gets reflected back in the service for the customers. So overall, to sum it all up, our team, Division K, for our team, employee first policy increases employee happiness, it increases company growth, and it increases customer satisfaction. Seriously, what more do you want? And so we go for the motion that employee first, customer second is what we fight for. Over to you, moderator.
Toastmaster Biju. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the quarterfinal number 3. Let us observe 2 minutes of silence, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I really enjoyed the show. I hope you all enjoyed this debate. Please continue watch because more to come. There are really more debates are to come. For the next debate, we have a wonderful personality with us. She is a DTL, a dreamer, a thinker, and a learner. She was just quit her full-time professional job recently to look after her 14 months baby, also to give time for herself to find a better version of herself. Being a Toastmaster since last 3 years, he has been serving the club, her home club, DSO, VPPR, and President. She's also a proud member of District 105 program quality team. Ladies and gentlemen, she's also Area 23 Director-elect. This Toastmaster is very precious, remarkable, ambitious, generous, naughty, youthful, and aggressive. Put your hands together to welcome Toastmaster Pregna.
A very good morning, everyone, and thank you, Toastmaster Shanil, for that wonderful introduction. Welcome, everyone, to the 4th round of the quarterfinals of the District Annual Debate Contest 2019-2020. Raise your words, not your voice. It is rain that grows flowers, not thunder, said Rumi, an ancient poet. I can't agree more. And let us move right into this word called debate. The rules of the debate will continue to remain the same as the previous rounds. And we are indeed honored to have our DTM Sujil as the chief judge for the contest. Now let us get to know the teams who will be competing for this debate. So Master, can we please have the slide? Zoom Master, thank you. So the affirmative team speaking for the motion is Division G. The opening speaker, Toastmaster Ignacio Rodriguez. The rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Deepak Shivankar. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Prameet Biswas. And the backup speaker, Toastmaster Amardeep Shinde. The negative team, or the team going against the motion, is Division D. Opening speaker, Toastmaster Gopalan Ramesh. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Ali Nyaz. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Manoj Ranade. And backup speaker, Toastmaster Chaitanya Kinji. The topic of the debate, all zoos must be banned. Now, before we officially start off with the contestant speeches, let's perform a quick readiness test for all the role players. Zoo Master, are you ready?
Yes, ready.
Timers, are you ready?
Yes.
Contestants, please indicate with your thumbs up. Are you guys ready?
Ready.
Wonderful. Chief Judge, do we have your permission to start the contest?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Now, I would like to call the opening speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Ignacio Rodriguez. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, ready.
Wonderful. Over to you, Toastmaster Ignacio.
Would you have one of your children be snatched away from you and kept in the cage? In zoos, along with animals, the humanity of man is also prison. Fellow debaters, members of the House, and my august audience, let me define a zoo, a facility where animals are kept for public exhibition to make profits. If you're interested in animal protection, there are sanctuaries. Let us not confuse with sanctuary, which is a place where birds and animals can live and be protected, especially from being hunted and dangerous conditions. Space and confinement. Talking about animal cages, tigers and lions have around 18,000 times less space in zoos than that would be in the wild, as per freedomforanimals.org.uk. Not just that, animals die in premature cages. Elephants in their natural habitat survive 50 to 60 years, die in less than 20 years in a zoo, as per World Association of Zoo and Aquarium. Zoos confine animals in the name of conservation of endangered species. But if you visit a zoo, they are mostly generic animals. Commercialization and separation from natural habitat. Zoos are developed for profit, where the animals are a product. Animal interest is of zero consideration. Zoos monetize animals on basis of cuteness and curiosity. A study by the US Human Society for United States found no compelling evidence that zoos promote attitude of change, education, or interest in conservation of visitors. As this conclusion is unwarranted and potentially misleading to customers visiting zoo. Just because animals don't speak, do we have the rights to separate them from their natural habitat? Taken by force, animals are sentient beings with feelings exactly like you and me. Behavioral disorders, obsessive compulsive behavior in animals, developing neurotic and self-harming behaviors called stereotypes or psychosis, which are rarely observed in the nature. Symptoms of psychosis include nervous pacing, head rocking, self-mutilation, often show disturbed behaviors such as swimming for hours in a small circle, animals hitting their heads against the displayed glass panels of the zoo. These animals cannot live freely, destroying their very natural instincts of who they are made to be. Depressed, psychologically disturbed, frustrated, and many at times forced to endure extreme, unnatural temperatures. I rest my case to the jury and the august audience to pass the motion. Zoos should be banned. We have to be the voice of the animals and return them back to the wild. Over.
Thank you. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Timer. Now I would like to call the opening speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Gopalan Ramesh. Debater, are you ready?
Yes.
Wonderful. Over to you, Toastmaster Ramesh.
Based on research for animal welfare and conservation, we strongly oppose the motion that all zoos should be banned. Madam Moderator, fellow debaters and friends, zoo, which is a short form of zoological park, are of various sizes and purposes. Contrary to the popular belief that zoos cage animals, open range zoos and animal reserves are built over 5,000 to 50,000 square kilometers of land. Organizations like WAZA, World Association for Zoos and Aquariums, WAP, World Animal Protection, National Geographic, and many more are dedicated to the cause of regulating zoos. Many voices in media propagate shutdown of zoo without any context or understanding of ground realities. We would like to debunk these myths through scientifically conducted studies and prove why all zoos should not be banned. Though there are many reasons, we bring to you the top 4. Conservation. Conservation efforts of WAZA has prevented extinction of over 200 endangered species, which include Arabian oryx, Amur leopard, Bongo antelope, Bellinger river turtle, and California candle. If I may add, in 1970, Arabian oryx were deemed extinct. Thanks to the conservation efforts of the zoo, today we have more than 7,000 of them. Loss of wildlife habitat for animals is an ever-growing concern. National Geographic presented their staggering statistics recently. 400 square kilometers of wildlife habitat is lost per day. As per WWF, Deforestation takes away 75,000 square kilometers of forest every year. Zoos are a safe haven for many of these animals. And if all zoos are banned, where would the millions of these animals in these zoos go? Education. Visiting zoos has proven to be the most effective way to educate people. A study of Society of Conservation Biology spanning 5,700 visitors to 26 zoos across 19 countries helped us identify actions to help protect animals on an individual level that went up by 10%. And finally, funding. WASA confirms that zoos are the third largest fund providing organization for animal welfare in the world. Their contribution to 2,500 conservation projects in over 100 countries to a total of more than $160 million annually speaks volumes for itself. Friends, let us better understand the larger role of zoos based on researched facts, statistics, and a holistic understanding of the entire debate topic. I am sure, as we are convinced, you would all agree that all zoos should not be banned.
Thank you, debater. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, timer. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Ali Niaz. Debater, are you ready?
Yes.
Great. Over to you, Toastmaster Ali.
Good evening, fellow Toastmasters and moderator. My worthy opponent started off by defining a zoo and said zoos are places where animals are kept in cages. I don't know where he got this definition from. The definition of a zoo as per Webster Merriam is zoo is a zoological park, not where animals are kept in cages. Perhaps he was talking about the zoos that he went to as a child. He did not take into consideration that today there are more than 10 cageless zoos. For example, the Henry Dooley Zoo in Nebraska, the Singapore Zoo, the Toronto Zoo. These are all cageless zoos spread over thousands of kilometers. He did not take this into consideration. He said zoos are kept, where animals are kept in cages. He hit upon a very important point that is close to my heart. He said animals should be in their natural habitat. I completely agree with this. My dear worthy opponent, this natural habitat is the same habitat that we humans are destroying. David Attenborough, the leading expert on animal life, has said that animal habitat is being destroyed at the rate of 240 acres per hour. And then we have the audacity, the hypocrisy to come and say that animals should be left in the natural habitat. He talked about zoos as being places of profit. Does he know that zoos are the third largest contributors to world wildlife conservation? Is this a profit motive? $160 million per year are contributed by zoos towards conservation. This is not profit motive, I would think. He also talked about animals showing neurotic behavior. I heard this one, and I can tell you this is factually untrue. It is based on a media hype. There is a study conducted by BBC who have in their World Wildlife Journal published after study of 50 species that 80% of the animals live longer in zoos than in the natural habitat. So this statement that he has made is factually untrue and based on inadequate research, I would probably say. Animals die prematurely. Animals show neurotic behavior. I saw the same point myself and I was really shocked. How can animals show neurotic behavior? And then I looked for studies to support this. I was hoping that he would provide me with a study to support this argument. Unfortunately, he has not provided any study or any research paper to say that animals show neurotic behavior. It is only a conjecture of animal rights activists. There is no evidence whatsoever that we have come across that says that animals display neurotic behavior, especially in the context of the modern zoos, where they are allowed to roam freely all over the place. There is no concept of neurotic behavior. Lastly, we talked about space and confinement, as I already made my point, and as already my open speaker also made his point. Today, some of the zoos have their own wildlife habitats which spread over several acres. They have rainforests, they have swamps, they have deserts in the zoo.
Thank you, Toastmaster. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, timer. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Deepak Shivankar. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. Over to you, Toastmaster Deepak.
The zoo described by my opponent is the zoo I would like to visit once in my lifetime. Debate moderator, esteemed jury, and august members of this house. Our opponent has tried to explain the difference between a zoo and a zoological park. A zoo or a zoological park are both confining the animals to a limited space, whether it is a cage or an enclosure. An elephant in the wild walks 30 miles a day. Which zoological park can provide that kind of natural habitat? So the distinction is only cosmetic. It doesn't replace the natural habitat requirements of wild animals. Let us come to the point of conservation. Very often, certain species have been saved, and that is a great job done by the wildlife welfare organizations and sanctuaries. But let us not forget, according to the president of Born Free organization, 85% of the animals in the zoos have nothing to do with endangerment or extinction. And Dr. Paul, a conservation geneticist, in his report found that only 1% of the species in the zoos have some conservation value. Let us talk about education. The education through zoo is a concept for the 19th century and 20th century at the best. Today we are in 21st century. Planet Earth, one can see the behavior, the entire life cycle of animals in its entirety beautifully on the television shows, explaining their behavior in the wild to the children rather than seeing in the zoo. So we don't need this education by exposing and inflicting cruelty on animals. In 2014, Copenhagen Zoo killed one 3-year-old giraffe in the public eyes and dissected the animal as an education. Do we need this kind of education? And what kind of lessons the children are going to learn? Regarding funding, It is said that zoos are contributing to the wildlife rehabilitation. According to World Wildlife Fund, in the last 40 years, 53% of the wild animals have declined in population. Where is the contribution of the zoo? It is not a solution to take the animals from the forest and put them in the cages or the confinement. $70 billion money is required to preserve the animals. And that is where government's effort should go to stop poaching, stop hunting, do the climate change.
Thank you, Toastmaster. Now we will have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, timer. Now I would like to call the closing speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Manoj Ranade. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Are you able to see me and hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Over to you, Toastmaster Manoj.
My strong team members have put up a strong case against the motion all zoos should be banned. Our opening speaker put forth four strong reasons against banning all the zoos. Conservation. Zoos have saved endangered species by bringing them into a safe environment and conserve them through special breeding programs. An example, 7,000 Arabian oryx today, as against almost 3 or 4 a couple of years back, they were deemed extinct. Loss of habitat. Good zoos provide enriched habitat in which animals remain active and are well taken care of. This, despite a deforestation at the rate of 75,000 square kilometers every year. Education. By bringing people and animals together, zoos educate people and encourage an appreciation of the other species. Funding. Zoos contribute $160 million and are the third largest contributors towards animal welfare. The points raised by the opening speech, they were rebutted very aptly by our rebuttal speaker. We define zoos as zoological park, habitats being destroyed by humans, profit not being the only objective, but contributing back to animal welfare, and also a statistic that we provided that zoo animals live longer. Friends, zoos are a tradition, and a visit to a zoo is still a wholesome family experience. Seeing an animal in person is a much more enriching experience than seeing that animal in a documentary. And this is what fosters an empathetic attitude towards animals. People can't protect what they don't love, and they can't love what they don't know. Hence, banning all zoos is not the solution to anything. All zoos cannot and should not be banned. Over to you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster. We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, timer. Now I would like to call the closing speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Pramit Biswas. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I hope I'm visible and audible.
Yes, you are. Over to you, Toastmaster.
Fellow debaters and members of the House, freedom is one of the basic rights of any sentient being. We've all experienced what confinement truly means in the last few months, and we know what it does to our psyche. Our opening speaker touched upon the plight of tigers and lions, elegant beasts that are forced to spend not a few months, but the entirety of their dwindling lives in an elegantly made coffin where they pace from corner to corner until they die. He mentioned the inherent profit generation mentality of zoos, thus differentiating them from sanctuaries, and cited multiple points that shed light on the unethical practices of zoos, such as taking animals by force in the wild or trading animals on the points of cuteness and ferocity. And when you think about zoochosis, depression, and the many other elements of caged animals as cited, it makes you think that the people who visit zoos to see or experience or be in tune with nature don't really see nature. Rather, they see a crude facsimile of it, painted by individuals who say they have the best interests of animals in their hearts. Our rebuttal speaker brought hard facts, such as that of Dr. Paul's testimony to refute the so-called conservation efforts, as well as that of the Copenhagen Zoo and that of funding. In fact, one can infer that a zoo contributing to animal welfare is like cigarette companies contributing for hospitals for housing cancer patients. All points considered, zoos have a proven track record of causing lifelong psychological and physical harm to their caged denizens under the guise of protection, and they should be banned. Ban zoos, keep the sanctuaries. Let me summarize our stance in one line. The only creature whose natural habitat is the zoo is the zookeeper. I rest my case.
Thank you, Toastmaster. Now we will have 2 minutes silence for the judges to mark the ballots and hand over the results to the ballot counter and chief judge. Thank you, timer. We have now come to the end of the fourth quarterfinal debate. Please note that the participation certificates for all the contestants will be handed over to the contestants via mail within the next 48 hours. I just wanted to have a quick check with the Chief Judge. Are we ready to go move on? Chief Judge?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you.
You can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Judge. Now, these debates have given me so much food for thought, and now I'm actually hungry. For food, of course, but for more debates too. Hence, to take things forward, I would like to hand over the screen to the next moderator, a diligent and passionate Toastmaster with a heart of gold. With a lot of laurels in her stride, this postgraduate from University of Madras has been a senior executive with a leading corporate, a freelance journalist, and a private French tutor. She has also been involved in actively tutoring non-profit outreach programs for underprivileged in India for over 4 years. The current Area 12 Director, a table topic champion with a decade of experience as a Toastmaster, belongs to the Elite Toastmasters Club and believes her journey has given her rich paybacks and helped her evolve as a person in various dimensions. I can't wait to hear more from this wonderful, beautiful lady. Please welcome distinguished Toastmaster Janaki Raghavan.
Very good morning to one and all. Thank you, Toastmaster Pragnya, for that rather flattering introduction. A warm welcome to each and every one of you to the District Annual Debate Contest 2019-2020. Friends, when I was at school, I enrolled into a debating competition, fancying myself as a devil's advocate. However, my sister, being the devil that she is, told me, Janki, it's better to be thought a fool rather than open your mouth and prove it beyond doubt. That was the end of my debating aspirations. But friends, today our teams are going to set the floor on fire. They're going to woo you and win your hearts with your war of words and wit. The rules for the debate will remain the same as with the previous contests. The Chief Judge of this contest is DTM Sujit. Now let's get to know the teams who will be competing for this debate. Division A will represent the team which is for the motion. The opening speaker is Toastmaster Hani Havash. The rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Dana Shalabi. The closing speaker, Toastmaster Ahmed Badruddin. And the backup speaker is Toastmaster Zuhair Mihya. The against team is represented by Division E. The opening speaker is Toastmaster Ilam Paradi Selvarasu. The rebuttal speaker is Toastmaster Agnik Bose. The closing speaker is Toastmaster Varun Kumar. And the backup speaker is Toastmaster Fahad Al-Kindi. The topic for the debate is Servant Leadership Works in Corporate World 2. Now, before proceeding, can we have a quick readiness check, please? Zoom Master, are you ready?
Ready.
Mr. Timer, are you ready?
Yes, ready.
Contestants, are you ready? Please have a thumbs up. Mr. Chief Judge, may I have your permission to proceed with the contest?
Moderator, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Now, sit back and enjoy this battle of words. I would like to call the opening speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Hani Havash. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can. Over to you, Toastmaster Hani Havash.
Thank you. Good morning, Toastmasters, guests, and our worthy opponents. The motion on the floor that we firmly stand for is servant leadership works in corporate world too. Servant leadership is a belief belief system that is widely being embraced by some of the most successful organizations in the world, where the employees as a main priority. It's decentralized structure that focuses on the empowerment of the employees and the innovation resulting in successful corporates. The points that I will be putting forth will clearly support our stand for the motion. Our first point is that servant leadership works regardless of the industry. Big corporates such as Marriott International, hospitality industry, Nugget Market, retail industry, and REI, outdoor recreation services industry, follow servant leadership, where the employees are bestowed and given major responsibilities, and the decision-making powers are shared with the employees. And by the way, these companies are in the 2020 Fortune magazine ranking of the best 100 companies to work for. Our second point is that servant leadership will make employees more engaged. In November 2018, Sage Journal published an article with the title Relationship Between Servant Leadership and Employee Engagement, showed a positive relationship between servant leadership and exercising significantly higher level of engagement and satisfaction by the employees. And this has been proven to have a direct influence on the commercial success of a company, according to a research conducted by Nancy Lockwood in her article, Leveraging Employees' Engagement for Competitive Advantage. Our final point is that servant leadership will increase business efficiency and customer satisfaction. A research study published by ResearchGate with the title Leadership Styles Supporting ISO 9000, which is a quality management standard that presents guidelines intended to increase business efficiency and customer satisfaction. The research shows that attributes of servant leadership were one of the dominant factors to success the strict ISO 9000, which will lead eventually to business success. In lieu of the above mentioned points, I would like to summarize that servant leadership does work well regardless of the industry. It engages employees more and increases business efficiency and customer satisfaction. And hence, I earnestly request the House to pass the motion in our favor that servant leadership works well in corporate world too. We rest our case. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Toastmaster Hani Hawash. Now we will have a 45-second silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Now, I would like to call the opening speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Ilampardi Selvarasu. Debater, are you ready?
Good morning. Good morning, moderator. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you very well. Thank you so much. Over to Toastmaster Ilampardi Selvarasu.
My job is not to be easy on people. My job is to push them and make them even better, said Steve Jobs. Fellow Toastmasters, debaters, and the moderator, good morning. My team and I strongly believe that servant leadership doesn't work in the corporate world at all because it asks the leaders to be servants. Ken Blanchard, the key proponent of servant leadership, asks the leaders to serve first and lead second. Instead of pushing people for more, instead of pushing them out of their comfort zone, they want the leaders to serve the employees. Can you even believe that? And that's why it's not so prevalent among the corporates. If the traditional leadership was all about control, the servant leadership is all about service. And that's why we disregard them both. And we believe in transformational leadership, which is open, engaging, enriching, and empowering. Look at companies like Google, Microsoft, Apple, and IBM. They all thrive because they are transformational leadership companies. Transformational leaders inspire their people to action. They empower their employees so that they can serve themselves. And there lies the difference. Point number 2. Servant leadership places the employees on the same pedestal with the customers. And we all know that every single corporate out there is to make money and not to serve the employees. Placing the employee on the same pedestal with the customer is a sure recipe for disaster. And that's why even the so-called servant leadership companies like Marriott International had to lay off thousands of employees during COVID. On top of that, servant leadership model asks the leaders to be compassionate and empathetic. Compassion is good. Empathy is great. But these cannot be the guiding principles of the corporate world because market forces are highly competitive and they got to be aligned with the market force and the customers. And let us not forget this fact, even compassion comes at a great personal cost. PLOS ONE, a major science journal, published an article with responses from more than 14,500 healthcare professionals. And it found out that compassion fatigue is quite common among them, sometimes as high as 40%. Do we want our leaders to suffer these instead of focusing on the goal and achieving them? Is it not a sheer waste of resources and energy? Therefore, we strongly affirm that servant leadership doesn't work in the corporate.
Thank you, Toastmaster Ilamparithi Selvarasu. We now have a 45-minute silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Now, I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the team speaking against the motion. Please join me in inviting Toastmaster Agnik Bose. Debater, Toastmaster Agnik Bose, are you ready?
Always.
Thank you. Over to Toastmaster Agnik Bose.
Good morning, Toastmasters and Madam Moderator. And a special good morning to the aspiring servant leader, my worthy opponent. I have a simple question for you. Today, in this pandemic economic downfall, whether an MNC or SME or any local corporates, everyone are undergoing a cost reduction towards balancing their sheets, right? Now, if your management demands for a cost cut in terms of reducing manpower, would you step forward bravely to sacrifice your own job as a servant leader? Or would you cut down from your team to save yourself first? If you cannot sacrifice your own job, let's not waste time then. Let's focus on being a more aggressive leader and bring out results and profits no matter how we do it. Let's get real, shall we? It's difficult to find corporate team owners to act selflessly in pursuit of success. We are telling you, servant leadership does not work in the corporate. You mentioned corporates such as Marriott and wait, I think you just gave one example. I wish there were more examples. By the way, was the article published recently or a few years back when things were all rosy?
please recheck. Let me give you some true examples from the Fortune 500 list, and all of them do follow ISO 9001 quality management, mind you. Corporates like Google, Dell, Philips, United Health Group, JP Morgan does majority of hiring freelancers than their own full-time workers. As per an article by business.com, 5 out of 9 critical positions are filled by freelancers. You know why? Because the leaders want quick results, quick turnovers, quick reaching those KPIs. There's no time in today's competitive race to spend on implementing servant leadership. It is not possible in every work culture. And you know what is even more transformational? As per recent study by Stanford, ever since 2008 recession, world leading corporates hire CEOs from the external market, which has increased by 18%, and they have been extremely successful. Well, what happened to serving one of our own? What happened to be within the team and pushing the best one forward? New blood always brings in new ways of transformational leadership and new strategies. This is not possible if owners and leaders are busy being inside the crowd. Oh wait, you also said serving and engaging members by being a part of the team. Let me tell you what happens next. The leader ends up completing the tasks that an employee fails to execute. And being a servant leader, he or she will keep on doing this. After a while, they will believe that the servant leader is anyhow going to solve it, so let us just step back. Yes, you are engaging your team members to become sloppier. The loss of productivity is the major limitations of servant leadership. Yes, overall you may be right. Servant leadership does sound like the most ideal leadership. But guess what is equally ideal? A world with no war and hatred. Pinch yourself. This is not the reality. Over to you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Agnik Bose. A 45-second silence for the judges to mark the ballots. Now, let's invite the rebuttal speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Dana Shalabi. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Am I audible?
You're very audible.
Okay.
Over to Toastmaster Dana Shalabi.
Okay. My worthy opponents, fellow judges, audience in the house, the argument here is that servant leadership works in corporate worlds too. And although we stand firm by this motion, our opponent stated that one of the key costs of this is compassion, and that compassion leads to failure, more or less. Now, this might be a very general statement, because if compassion leads to failure, how is it possible that there are some organizations that did succeed in servant leadership, such as a leading healthcare provider like Johnson & Johnson? Secondly, it was stated that servant leadership is not working because there is another form of pushing the best person forward. How can you push the best person forward without, number one, giving ownership to them, making them feel that they are working for a cause, making them feel that they are part of the organization, and making them feel important? These are all aspects of servant leadership. Thirdly, I want to appeal to your sense of reason. How many of you have felt your satisfaction in the organization you are working for because you felt part of the organization, because you felt your manager serves with you, because you felt that your manager is part of your greater cause? These are also attributes of servant leadership. In our opening statement, our speaker spoke of many examples where servant leadership succeeded. And if servant leadership doesn't work in corporate organizations, how come organizations that were cited should have proven their success? Finally, I also appeal to your sense of judgment. Servant leadership creates a healthier work environment. And with healthier work environments, more results can be achieved. Over to you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Dana Shalabi. We will have a 45-second silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Now, we will call the closing speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Varun Kumar. Debater, are you ready?
Good morning, moderator. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Over to Toastmaster Varun Kumar.
My job is not to be easy on people, but to push them and make them better, said Steve Jobs. And Apple became the most valuable corporation in the world. Respected moderator, fellow Toastmasters, and my fellow leaders, a very good afternoon. Let's wake up and smell the coffee. From the arguments forwarded by my team in the Fortune 500 companies, 5 out of 9 critical positions are filled by freelancers. And that is why, and why is this? Because we live in a world of perform or perish. It's time to smell the coffee. 18% increase of having CEOs from external sources and not from within the corporation only prove this point. And the reason corporations do this, new blood brings in new ideas and strategies. And this is near to impossible for a leader to come up with new ideas and new strategies if the leader is always bothered about being a servant to his employees, instead of looking after his income stream, his bottom line, and the future of the corporation. Instead of leading the team, the leader is now looking and trying to be more liked by the team. And from the arguments forwarded by our opening speaker, the leader is now in danger of compassion fatigue, similarly faced by health workers. Let's get real. Leaders should align themselves with market forces and customers. And by the way, an employee is not a customer. See, servant leadership is a story. And it's a story we use to tell children to go to sleep. What we need is strong leadership to direct a company towards its destiny. Ladies and gentlemen, it's resolved. Servant leadership does not work in the corporate world. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Toastmaster Varun Kumar. A 45-second silence for the judges. I would like to call upon the closing speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Ahmed Badruddin. Debater, are you ready?
Good morning, moderator PTM Janaki.
So are you ready to go?
Yes.
Thank you. Over to Toastmaster Ahmed Badruddin.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Toastmasters and esteemed guests. This morning, we witnessed Team A standing firmly saying, servant leadership works in corporate world too. It was led first by our opener speaker, Hani, who said that servant leadership work regardless from the industry. He proved with data that the engagement of employees was contributing to the success of any organization. And he showed, thirdly, that servant leadership has proved to boost business efficiency and customer satisfaction. But what Hani did, he spoke about employees first, something a servant leader would do. And next, another servant leader came, Dana, rebuttaling calmly all the points, saying, paying the price of compassion, showing that companies have paid compassion and succeeded, telling our worthy opponents that to push your employees, you need to motivate them. You need, as Hani said, to engage them. And lastly, she gave examples about many companies serving the whole world, corporately and non-corporately, using servant leadership. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we stand firm, saying that servant leadership works in corporate world too. And by that, we rest our case.
Thank you, Toastmaster Ahmed Badruddin. We now have a 2-minute silence for the judges to mark the ballots and hand over the results to the ballot counters. Mr. Chief Judge, may I proceed?
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Now we have come to the end of the debate. Please note that the participation certificates for all the contestants will be handed over to them via email within the next 48 hours. Friends, I'm sure that you had enjoyed this debate immensely like I did. And sure, like me, you are wondering which team was right. Let's meet up privately over a date, over for coffee, and let's battle it out privately. Now, to take you ahead with the next round, we have a very accomplished Toastmaster as the moderator. Toastmaster Meenakshi Nathan holds a bachelor's degree in industrial electronics and a master's in applied psychology. She is a certified DMIT analyst. She currently works as a physics teacher in the junior high school of Bangladesh School, Muscat. She also offers counseling services to students as a psychologist. Toastmaster Meenakshi has been a Toastmaster since 2011 and belongs to Morrison Muscat Toastmasters Club, where she is the current president. She is a true servant leader who serves as a mentor of Oman Kids Gabba Club and a coach of Al Baja Toastmasters Club. She wishes to keep her Toastmasters promise by sharing her learned knowledge with the Toastmasters fraternity by taking up bigger responsibilities. The stage is now all yours, Toastmaster Meenakshi Nathan.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, DTM Janaki Raghavan, for your warm introduction. Welcome to the 6th round of quarterfinal of the District 105 Annual Debate Contest 2019-2020. Since all the quotes and sayings about the debate were pretty much used by the district director, our favorite MC, and my colleagues, I thought of quoting Benny Hill, who said, "Just because nobody complains doesn't mean all parachutes are perfect." You might wonder, wow, seriously? Meenakshi, what's the point you're trying to make? You will understand it better when I read out this debate topic. The rules of the debate will continue to remain the same as the previous rounds. We are indeed honored to have our DTM Sujil as the chief judge for the contest. Now let's get to know the teams who will be competing in this debate. The affirmative team speaking for the motion is Division C. The opening speaker is Toastmaster Prajesh Varki. Toastmaster Prajesh Varki. The rebuttal speaker will be Toastmaster Mary Phyllis D'Souza. Toastmaster Mary Phyllis D'Souza. The closing speaker will be Toastmaster Abhishek Kokate. Toastmaster Abhishek Kokate, and the backup speaker will be Toastmaster Avuday Nayakam. Toastmaster Avuday Nayakam. The negative team speaking against the motion will be Division J. The opening speaker is Toastmaster Dinesh Padmanabhan. Toastmaster Dinesh Padmanabhan. The rebuttal speaker will be Toastmaster Sucheta Sucharita. Toastmaster Sucheta Sucharita. The summary speaker will be Toastmaster Murtuza Unjawala. Toastmaster Murtuza Unjawala, and the backup speaker for the team will be Toastmaster Jigar Patel. Toastmaster Jigar Patel. The topic of the debate is housewives should be paid for their work. Now, before we officially kick off with the contestants' speeches, let's perform a quick readiness test of all the role players. Zoom Master, are you ready?
Ready.
Timers, are you ready? Yes. Contestants, are you ready?
Yes.
With the opening 344 participants, I know audience, you all are ready. Chief Judge, can I commence the contest?
Yes, good to go, good to go.
Yes, thank you. I would like to invite the opening speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Prajesh Varki. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Over to you, Toastmaster Prajesh Varki.
Dear Toastmasters and guests, we stand for the proposition that housewives should be paid. Let me begin by defining the term housewife. A housewife is a married person running her household, working for a family without any source of income, and she is willing to be paid upon understanding for her work. And Sadly, the paradox is, though we value that a housewife's work is that of immense value, but we fail to attach something, a monetary value to her work and treat it as free. Is it? We don't agree to that proposition. Imagine if the housewives were paid. And now let me enumerate the benefits of paying housewives for their work. First of all, recognizing the value of her work will improve her social status and physical and mental well-being. Secondly, the payment will help them to explore more opportunities for growth. Finally, the impact of adding payment will change the entire landscape of family, society, and any country's GDP. As suggested by the data from International Labour Organization, that a whopping 76.2% of unpaid care work globally is done by women, and most of them are housewives. And think of that phenomenal number if these hours, these unpaid hours worth 10 trillion US dollars is, as estimated by United Nations, is calculated as paid hours. And how does this transformation work? A housewife from rural Tamil Nadu, India, is a best example in this scenario, how she made that change. A housewife, she was initially asking her husband to pay her for her household work. And with that small payment from her husband for her work, she started developing a hobby of her own, the toy making, wooden toy making. And she listed herself in Amazon.com as a seller. Rest is history. She receives 1,500 orders per day for an e-commerce site. Imagine the change, that prosperity, that wealth, that pride which she has brought into her life and family. Dear Toastmasters, housewife is a link of a chain in the society. A chain is no stronger than its weakest link. With all these supporting factors, let me appeal the House to support the motion that all housewives should be paid.
Now we will have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to cast their ballots. Now I would like to call the opening speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Dinesh Padmanabhan. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Over to you, Toastmaster Dinesh Padmanabhan.
Good afternoon, contest chair, our worthy opponents, and fellow Toastmasters. We stand here today to speak against the motion, housewives should be paid for their work. Webster's dictionary defines a housewife as a married woman who is in charge of her household. She plays a critical role as a key member of the family, without which, simply put, the family will not function. Each family member has his or her role to play. And one can arguably say that the housewife's role is most crucial. However, The question is there a value that can be put to what the housewife does for the family? By paying them a wage like an employee, wouldn't we be trivializing them? Instead, what one should do is give them the respect and recognition that they deserve. A simple hug and thank you would mean much more to the housewife in your and my home than any amount of money. Not paying a compensation does not mean keeping the housewife away from financial management of the household. In fact, many of us call our wives the finance ministers of the family. Let us ensure that we involve the housewives in all financial matters and decisions of the family. This will only empower and enable them to be independent and capable, especially in the event of any unfortunate circumstances. What housewives need is mutual trust, contentment, unconditional support, and being able to count on her family as the ones standing in her corner, come what may. Is there a need to put a price tag to everything? Do we want lawyers and auditors in our homes and families? Have you not seen the impact of commercialization on family values in so-called advanced countries? Monetizing a housewife's work takes away the importance of personal love, relationships, and family values. You cannot put a value and pay compensation to a housewife the same way you cannot put a value and pay compensation to a mother for bearing and raising a child. Hence, we strongly believe that housewives should not be paid for their work. Over to you.
Now we will have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark the ballots. I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Sujeta Sucharita. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Over to you, Toastmaster Sujeta Sucharita.
Good afternoon, contest chair, my worthy opponents, and a fellow Toastmasters. We stand against the motion that housewives should be paid for their work. Let me bring out some points that my opponent team has given me in plenty, but I can try. They mentioned that a housewife is a married person very well. It's a proven element that the entire culture of the world considers women as leaders. But sadly, they missed to mention that the paradox he added was not enough and sufficient. They said payment will help them bring opportunities. My dear opponent, let me tell you that the payment which is received is from both their parts and it is split into two. That does not help in the growth of GDP. They mentioned about 76% of work done by women, which contributes to 10 million paid hours. My dear opponent, if you're talking about housewives to be paid, on what basis are you going to choose to pay them? Are you Ministry of Labor? Overtime is fixed. If food is not very tasteful today, I'll deduct some amount. If that is the case, if you go for a meeting, a lady for marriage, will you call it a date or an interview? Are you going to ask what is the expected CTC? What if the expected CTC exceeds your salary, which it definitely will? Then can my opponents tell me how to pay? And also, are taxes applicable? Again, are you going to search on marriage sites or on LinkedIn? My dear opponent, you're talking about empowering women. As my opening speaker clearly mentioned, if you really want to do that, involve them in matters that includes payments, that is financial decisions. Give her what she wants. And also, my dear opponent mentioned about physical and mental well-being. Yes, by giving them a hug, by giving them love, by appreciating them for what they deserve, it does give them physical and mental well-being. We are not conducting an election here. She is already the ultimate in the pyramid of the hierarchy. My dear opponent, let me clear this out to you that we are not capable of measuring an emotion in the beam balance against money. If we go back to our culture, and if you go back today to your wife, they will today to your wife and ask them or offer them to pay, they will clearly say, you don't even earn that much. So hence, we would strongly reinstate that housewives should not be paid for their work. Over to you.
Now we will observe 45 seconds of silence for the judges. Allow me to invite the rebuttal speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Mary Phyllis D'Souza. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Over to you, Toastmaster Mary Phyllis D'Souza.
Good afternoon, one and all. My worthy opponent has considered only one dictionary to define the definition of the housewife. He has forgotten that there are many other dictionaries existing. And if you check that, most of the dictionaries, they say that, rather all the dictionaries, they say that housewife is a lady whose occupation is so, or whose job is so. So it is accepted that housewife has the occupation or job in the house. And when you say occupation or job, I think that has to be paid. And as the word always say, and if you hear many of them, they say, why you want money? I am yours, my money is yours. And same was again and again said in his opening speech. I call my wife a minister, financial minister, but it is all like keeping your asset in the bank. You keep it in the bank, but does the bank really can use that? No. Same is the case here also. With these rosy words that you are my minister, financial minister, all mine is yours, what they do is they tell them and make them feel, they really psychologically they turn them and make them feel that they can use that money, but in reality, they cannot. Give them a hug and love. Tomorrow the housewife also will tell, okay, today I'm not working, I will give you a hug and love and stay like this only. Will you survive? Definitely not. And so whatever work they are doing, give them what they want. That was one more statement. Give them what they want. That means they have to ask that I want this, I want this. So you make them worse than a beggar, where you are telling by giving them money or paying them, we are demoralizing or disrespecting them, but making them ask for everything, what else you are doing? So I feel the housewives has to be paid, and give the love and respect is not the thing that they should be gone for, and take the decision into consideration. Do you really take the decision into consideration? No, you simply ask them the decision and you all do what you want. This is a known fact for the society. And with considering all this fact and the things that my opening speaker has spoken, I ask to pass this motion for the site. Over to you, moderator.
We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to cast their ballots. It's time now to invite the summary speaker from the team speaking against the motion, Toastmaster Murtuza Unjavala. Debater, are you ready? Debater, are you ready?
Hi, I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Just
Over
one
to
thing
you.
before I start, I believe some more speaker is unmuted, which may distract me if I may.
Yeah, now everyone is muted. Over to you, Toastmaster Murtuza Unjavala.
Respected moderator, my worthy opponents and fellow Toastmasters, good afternoon. My opening speaker, by giving definition, logics, and relationship dynamics, has cogently, cognitively, and with conviction established that housewives should not be paid for their work. Explaining the importance of the role of the housewife, he gave us an eye-opener on the illusion of equality and protection that is associated with this monetary payment. It rather trivializes it, the value of her efforts, what housewife does for her family. Referring housewife as the finance minister of the family, my teammate highlighted that involving our wives in a financial matter and decisions of the family will empower them and make them independent, which will be much more powerful than mere payment of wages. Trust, contentment, unconditional support, and being able to count on her family, come whatever may be, is what a housewife importantly needs for her most crucial role that she plays in her life, aptly brought out by my speaker. My debater speaker spoke on the points of empowering women, monetary valuation, and income generation are merely illusions and hypothetical and doesn't hold ground. Monetizing a housewife's services takes away the importance of a personal love, relationship, and family values. You cannot put a value to a housewife as you cannot put value to a mother. Therefore, we firmly stand against the motion that housewives should be paid for their work. Over to you.
We will now have 45 seconds of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Time now to call the closing speaker from the team speaking for the motion, Toastmaster Abhishek Kokate. Debater, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Over to you, Toastmaster Abhishek Kokate.
Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon, Toastmasters. Our esteemed opponent tried their best to derail us, but here we are. Our opening speaker, Toastmaster Prajesh, has clearly stated that we are for the motion and we believe that housewives should be paid. Reasons are very simple. Recognizing the value of housewives' work. If no one recognizes the value of what we are doing, will we do it? No one will do it. Recognition improves the social status of housewife. International Labour Organization says 76.2% of total working hours of unpaid care work globally is done by women, where the majority of them are housewives. Imagine this monumental numbers of hours is paid hours. Wow. Our rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Malifilis, painted a beautiful picture by refuting the remark of esteemed opponent. Esteemed opponent has only one definition in their dictionary. Housewives have so many dimensions. Treating a housewife like a financial asset is just painting a glossy picture and mirroring a lip service. Treating housewives like financial, making them ask is not moral. They should get what they deserve. As the idiom goes, a chain is no stronger than its weakest link. By not paying housewives for their work, we're doing this problem. Let's wake up to the world tomorrow where housewives are paid. Let's make this dream a reality. So I appeal to the August House here to pass the motion in our favor. Let's create history on 19th of June today. Over to you, moderator.
Now we will have 2 minutes silence for the judges to consolidate their scores and hand over the results to the ballot counter. Chief Judge, may I continue?
Yes, you can proceed. Thanks.
Contestants, dear contestants, the digital certificates for participation will be mailed to you by next 48 hours. That concludes the 6th and the final quarter-final round of District 105 Annual Debate Contest 2019-2020. Now you know why I quoted Benny Hill in the beginning. Just because no one is complaining doesn't mean all the parachutes are perfect. I was truly tempted to comment on this topic because I have lived as a housewife for 11 years. And this morning when I told my husband the topic that I would be moderating for, he simply said, "Don't worry, If you lose or leave your job, I will credit an amount to your account. Period. Do I have anything more to say, my friends? On that note, allow me to hand over the screen back to our favorite MC, DTM Bipin Kuryakos.
Thank you, Toastmaster Meenakshi. Fellow Toastmasters and friends, the best topic was kept for the last. Wouldn't you agree? To all the quarterfinal moderators, thank you for the great job and for coming out unscathed from the fireworks of this celebration of perspectives. What a show it was. A big thank you to all the contestants. Now, after witnessing 7 exciting rounds of debates, we have the pleasure of being addressed by an adorable district leader, one of the most affable and genial human beings. His clarity of thought and simplicity of expression is unmatched. I have always been fascinated by the way he speaks. He can convey the most profound thoughts in the most effective manner using humor. He is the current Club Growth Director and the PQD elect for District 105. Let us welcome him with a smile. And in case you forget to smile, don't worry. He will surely make you smile when he speaks. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you distinguished Toastmaster Gurbinder Pun.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony Bipin, for that lovely introduction and that nice smile you have and the nice jacket. I hope you are wearing your trousers as well because we are only visible half up. Fellow Toastmasters and the guests, this session is specially designed to speak to the people who are not Toastmasters and are attending this session today on an invitation of some of the guests or some of the Toastmasters. I would like to speak to you for the next few minutes before the timer shows me a red light and I have to be switched off, to discuss with you how you can benefit from the opportunity of Toastmasters, just like all these great people who are speaking today and entertaining us. I would like to share my screen, and Bipin, you could please confirm once you see my presentation. So I know it has been shared. Are you able to see my PowerPoint presentation? All
Yes.
right, thanks very much. The Toastmasters International tagline is where leaders are made. And we are very, very proud of the tagline because most of us want to be leaders in life, want to be leaders at work. Some of us also want to be leaders at home, but that may not work out so well, but that's okay. You can be leaders wherever possible you can. And Toastmasters offers a transformational opportunity for that. Let me give you a little bit of history about Toastmasters. And I will also request the Zoom Master Hemant to please copy that link in the chat. So you're going to see a link in the chat, which is actually a Google form. And if you are a guest and you would like to have more information about Toastmasters, please fill in your information in that small Google form, and we will reach out to you and give you all the support that we can. So the beginning of Toastmasters was in 1922, officially in United States by this gentleman called Ralph C. Smedley, when the first official meeting happened, although it started almost 20 years before that. So we are nearly 100 years organization. What have we done in 100 years? Well, in 100 years, we added a network of more than 350,000 people. We reached to about 16,800 clubs and in 143 countries. And I can tell you, I don't know the names of all these 143 countries. So don't ask me that. But if you go to the Toastmasters website, you will find 143 countries. And we speak 10 languages. If you speak Tamil, Malayalam, Hindi, Chinese, French, German, English, Arabic, you can be a Toastmaster. And Japanese and many more of them. So a 100-year-old or a 100-year young organization, evolving across the world, developing leaders, developing people like me and you to reach to experiential high levels of communication. Who uses Toastmasters? Well, if you can connect to these few names on the screen, you will see that they are Fortune 500 companies. Almost 50% of the Fortune 500 companies around the world today have adopted Toastmasters as an in-house program, and they meet every week. Their employees, some of them physically, some of them online. The best universities in the world, the best research institutions in the world, including NASA, including Harvard, have their own Toastmasters clubs. Within our region, we have corporate clubs, we have community clubs, we have open clubs, advanced clubs, and I'll share more information about that with you. So what do you learn in a Toastmasters club? Well, what you learn in a Toastmasters club is everything that a manager needs, everything that a student needs, everything that an employee needs, a businessman needs, which is meetings, time management, collaboration, implementation, and if you are a husband, listening skills. Comes very handy at home. You sharpen your presentation skills. You deliver with a poise, with excellent presentations. And in this world today, the biggest skill that we all need is the online skills. And you can see a huge event being run online by volunteer Toastmasters, fabulously, seamlessly. We all learned it here. The Toastmasters club experience is an absolutely hands-on experience. It's not a theory book. You are not given a manual to read. Yes, you are given a manual to read, but not just to read, practice, come back to a meeting, and then deliver your projects in front of other people. You have opportunities to lead at every meeting. And the beauty of Toastmasters, everyone has access to a mentor, somebody who's dedicated to you, to develop you, to train you, to coach you, guide you, and handhold you when you don't do well, or when he applaud for you when you do fabulously well. This is the whole experience of Toastmasters. And in the break that follows after this session, we will be showing a video on how the Toastmasters Club works. So if you're still here in the break, please do watch that video, short 5 minutes video. The learning experience of Toastmasters, the curriculum is called as pathways. It's a path on which we go. It's got, you can compare it to subjects, physics, chemistry, maths, biology, or you can compare it to management subjects of delegation, leadership, strategy. We have 11 such modules available to us, 11. Whether you want to work on leadership, coaching, planning, persuading people, motivating people, or just making people laugh, engaging in humor, you have a whole curriculum available to you. These curriculums are divided into competencies, projects, and a fabulously knit together online, offline experiential learning experience. If you want to join Toastmasters, you will realize we are the most flexible learning system. You have your own pace. You want to do a project a week, a project a month, a project a year, or whatever it works for you, you can choose your own speed. And you can be a member of not just one club, many clubs around the world. So Toastmasters, my friends, is here to help. Me, Vipin, and everybody else that you are seeing on this call today have become a member by somebody reaching out to us and inviting us to join. Today, somebody has reached out to you. Listen to them. They are the people who really want you to benefit from this opportunity. In each Toastmasters club, you will get tools, resources from our website, which is there on the screen, www.toastmasters.org. It's a university. It's a university of resources, videos, materials for you to improve as a communicator and as a leader. There are senior Toastmasters available around your district, around your city, who without charging you anything will be willing to volunteer their time to come and help you. It's a global community of leaders. And obviously you have your own club, coaches and mentors. So if you are looking at improving any of the skills of debating that you are seeing happening today, or if you would want to run an online meeting or a webinar in your corporate, or maybe a panel discussion, or be an inspirational speaker, or just make people laugh. Whatever it is that you are looking for, there is a Toastmaster Club which will help you achieve those visions. We have the best of the best in the world as our members. And every year we conduct something called as World Championship of Public Speaking. And 3 of the best speakers from 350,000 people lead the world that year with their inspirational stories. The next championship is going to be in 2 months. This time it will be online. You can be part of that. Fellow Toastmasters, this is the most cost-effective training that I have ever come across in my world. If you heard the name of Dale Carnegie Communication Seminars, you would also know they charge $2,000 for a 3-day program. We charge $45 for a 6-month program. As simple as that. How much do you buy a Mac burger for? Our program's cost is less than the cost of 1 Mac burger a week. The most cost-effective way, the most effective way, the most flexible way, the most friendly place to be. It's a secret that for 100 years, our organization has grown from 1 club to 17,000 clubs today. Are you waiting for something still to happen? Are you looking at an opportunity? Let me tell you, my friends, you miss 100% of all the shots that you don't take. I don't know it will work for you or it will not work for you. It worked for me. It worked for Bipin. It worked for all the people that you have seen speaking since the morning on this debate. So if you are interested, take that shot. To give it an opportunity, to know more about it, go to that link in the chat and post your information, your name, your email address, your phone number. And we will reach out to you and help you connect with a friendly Toastmaster who will guide you for the rest of your journey. Reach out to us and we are there waiting to help you out. Continue enjoying the debate. The best is yet to come, my friends. Over to you, Master of Ceremony, Bipin Kuriakos.
Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Poon. Every time I listen to you, I learn something new. And I don't remember who it was who said, if you can get out of Toastmasters what you want to get out of Toastmasters, you will never get out of Toastmasters. If you know who said that, please type it in the chat box. It'll help me.
Yeah, yeah, I can tell you, I didn't say that.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the results. Are you all ready? So for us to get into the results, we have the past division champion in debate and the Division J Director-elect for 2021, who was the chief judge for all the quarterfinal debates. Please join me in welcoming the chief judge of today's quarterfinal debates, distinguished Toastmaster Sujal. While we wait for DTM Sujal, I think I've got some chat messages on the response to the question that I asked, who was it who said the quote that I mentioned? And I see Vinod Raman mentioned Helen Blanchard. Vinod Panikar says the First Lady of Toastmasters. So I think it's Helen Blanchard who said, if you can get out of Toastmasters, what you want to get out of Toastmasters, you will never get out of Toastmasters. Do you remember one of the quotes that I tried mentioning in the beginning, which was to be or not to be? That is the question. Do you remember which play of Shakespeare was that mentioned in? In which play of Shakespeare was the quote? If you have the answer, please go ahead and type it in the chat box. Othello, Hamlet. That's right, Hamlet. And one of the tips that I wanted to give for the waiter at a restaurant, the best that I could ever give was, again, a quote which said, "They also serve who only stand and wait." They also serve who only stand and wait. Can you guess where this line is picked up from? Ruba Afsana says John Milton, absolutely right. And which is the poem of John Milton where this is mentioned? If you know the answer, please do type into the chat box. Absolutely right. The poem was titled On His Blindness. And one of the debate topics, the internal debate topics which kept coming in the 45 seconds break was, poetry is lazy fiction? If you think so, say yes into the chat box. Is poetry lazy fiction? Hari says yes, Zuhair says yes. And then there are a lot of people who are saying, no, 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 no. Well, that's an overwhelming no that I'm getting. So it is not lazy fiction. All right. We still are waiting for the Chief Judge to join us. And I see the Chief Judge on the screen. Back to you, distinguished Toastmaster Sujal.
Good afternoon.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
audible? I'm audible? Yes.
Visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, District 105. It has been a wonderful morning. What a way to spend Friday morning. People debating, throwing punches against each other. Well, and it was well received. And at the outset, let me thank my panel of judges. They have done a wonderful job. In fact, however, job well done. Also, the timers and the tally counters, thank you for making this competition an excellent one. Now, regarding the contest, we had a few wonderful topics. Without wasting much time, let's get into the results. The first up, we had quarterfinal number 1, wherein the Division B and Division L. And the topic was liberal arts. Art courses are more important than science and commerce and streams today. And the winner was Division L. Please note, it is Division L. Then moving on, the second quarterfinal. The competition does not benefit the learning process. The teams competing were Division M and Division H. And the winner was Division H. Division H. The third quarterfinal was between Division K and Division I. And the topic was employee first, customer second. And the winner was Division I. So Division I will move to semi-finals. Now the fourth one, very interesting topic. All shoes should be banned. The competing teams were Division G and Division D. The winner was Division D. Division D. Round of applause. topic, which is the next one was a quarterfinal number 5, which was something related to Toastmasters as well. The servant leadership works in corporate world too. The competing teams were Division A and Division E. The winner was Division E. Division E. Round of applause, please. As DTM Bipin said, we keep the best for the last. And the topic was very well, we can debate it at any length. Housewives should be paid for their work. Well, in my house, I am the boss, but my wife takes all the decisions. Well, coming to the topic, housewives should be paid for their work. The competing teams were Division C and Division J. And the winner will be moving forward to the semi-finals is Division J. Division J. Round of applause, please. So the lineup for the semi-finals: Division L and Division H, Division I and Division D, and Division E and Division J. Good luck to the teams. Back to you, DTM Bipin. That's all from Chief Justice desk. Over to you, DTM Bipin.
Thank you. Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Sujil. It was certainly not an easy task to judge 6 quarterfinal contests. Thank you so much to you and to all the judges. Congratulations to all the teams that have participated and best wishes to the winning teams for the upcoming rounds. Like I said in the beginning, was this not a celebration of perspectives? Please do keep sending your debate questions on chat during lunchtime. Now, dear Toastmasters and guests, it's time for a break. Food for thought is not enough for survival. So let me invite you all for lunch. Please use the nearest table that you can find wherever you are. Food will be served depending on how your debates were at home. Otherwise, you will have to do with whatever you can find. Please keep it light for 2 reasons. The second being health. The first being we have the semifinals and the finals coming up, and you will not want to miss that. Do come back sharp at 1:20 p.m. today for the semifinals and the finals, which will be hosted by our charming and vivacious Master of Ceremonies, Toastmaster Vijaya Sukumar. And with this, I am signing off as your host for today. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the contest. Thank you so much.
Hello.